must be granted access to all books, records, returns, and reports related to government accounts. As a result, the work of the department was impeded in some cases due to the lack of cooperation by officials of various ministries and departments. Public officials must be guided by Section 1 of the Audit Act number 5 of 1994, which instructs, and it's right there. I just wanted to bring that as part of the discussion as we are talking about supplementary appropriation, accountability, and when these concerns are being raised, I think we should get answers. We are seeking clarification, and that's what we're doing. That's what Mr. Linton was doing this morning. That's what we all are doing, seeking clarification on funds spent. And that is what we as members of this house, we have to be accountable. Those of us who hold ministries, we have to be accountable. And when questions are being asked of us, we shouldn't shove it on the side. We should show that we are responsible and listening to the questions being raised by members on this side of the house. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to get this one clear, and I hope that we all understand our role in this. Mr. Speaker, Ministry of Justice, Immigration, and National Security. Claims against government. Set to meet payments of court matters, mediation agreement, vehicle replacement parts, professional fees to various lawyers representing the state. I take a pause, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is important as a member of parliament who is before the court for incitement. And fees have to be paid to lawyers representing the state. Mr. Speaker, there are members on this side of this house who are before the court, and the state had to bring in senior counsels from overseas, paying them over $500,000. The records are there. To defend the state against a citizen, a member of parliament. To prosecute, yes. Thank you, Mr. A.J. To prosecute a member of parliament on bogus incitement charges. Mr. Speaker, let us sink in. Taking state funds to bring in, and look, now this matter have to start again because the magistrate in that matter has retired. Are we going to bring back the same senior counsel and his team from Trinidad and pay him all that money as well? Tickets and hotel fees and everything? We don't have enough lawyers in this country to defend the government. Mr. Speaker, this is something serious we have to look at and we have to address. Spending limited resources. I would like the Minister of National Security to give us, this House, an update on the $500,000 that was picked up at Teplat on March 25th, 2021. Mr. Speaker, the two young men were released on no charges. And this is a very serious matter under the Money Laundering Prevention Act. Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you why. Any ordinary man going to the bank to change foreign currency has to show proof of funds.
Member, honorable member.
Yes.
This matter is a matter in the court.
The matter is before the court. But Mr. Speaker,
so
I just wanted
before the court, it's sub judice. Just avoid it completely and leave it alone.
I am not going in deep.
Because now you are asking the Honorable Minister for Justice to go in a long story, which I will not allow. So I'm asking you to just leave it alone, withdraw it, and let's move on.
Okay, Mr. Speaker,
because this is serious.
Okay, and yes, Mr. Speaker, that is I'm raising that concern. Nobody has picked up for it.
No, I'm saying it is serious that you are getting involved in the matter.
Move it along, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, another matter is before the court as well, and I will leave it alone, but I have to look at the circumstances, the situation around that matter. And we need to, and I want the Minister of National Security and maybe the Minister of Health to give us a clarification in terms of COVID-19 protocols, who give permissions for activities, what is the process? Mr. Speaker, I have to raise that concern because under the ministry, there are too many inconsistencies with these protocols. And on April 19, something fatal happened in Kulibi Street. And the police was not involved. The police didn't give any permission. And that is clear across everywhere on the street you're hearing. And it's a concern, not for me us on that side, but for us to ensure that we adhere to the COVID protocols. We are boasting, and we have, on many occasions in this house, even today, we have congratulated the Ministry of Health on what they're doing to ensure that the COVID numbers in our country remains very low and we don't have any deaths. The health officials in Dominica, they're doing their best. But we also have to give them the support to do their work properly. We also have to ensure those who have to execute their mandate, allow them to do that in an independent and proper way. And I'm hoping that we will get some clarification from this house about who has the right and who doesn't have the right to give this type of permission. Mr. Speaker, under the Ministry of Trade, Energy, and Employment, we spent over $20 million on the National Employment Program. We have said it in this house. We are not against the NEP, people getting something. But we like to see transition, we like to see growth. Mr. Speaker, for the past 6 years, we have spent $110 million. Yes, on NEP, in NEP. Mr. Speaker, I am not against, let me make my point, Mr. Member for Cottage. Allow me to make my point. I will give you a time when you come there, Mr. Member for Cottage. Mr. Speaker, I just want us to look at something that is very frightening. Mr. Speaker, every time we come to Parliament, there are estimates for every year in the budget for NEP. And I can go back to 2014, 2015, where we budgeted $4 million, and up to 2019, 2020, where we budgeted $8 million. But what is frightening is the supplementary appropriation, unforeseen. Mr. Speaker, if that is not an abuse of state funds, if you say that you have is your flagship program or project, budget adequate funds every year for NEP. Mr. Speaker, the average for supplementary appropriation for the years in question from 2014 to 2020, July, is 64.5%. But the election years, Mr. Speaker, let us look at them. 2014 to 2015, we budgeted $4 million, but supplementary appropriation was $7.8 million. That is 66%. 2019 to 2020, budgeted $8 million, and supplementary appropriation was $22 million, 73.4%. Mr. Speaker, can these individuals, I just want us to understand where we are. The government continues to shortchange our young people. Over 6 years, if you take that $10 million and put them into youth skills training programs and empower young people, you would see a better result about young people empowering themselves, being independent and self-sufficient. And that is what we would like to see for our young people. Mr. Speaker, $110 million We have some skills training places in Dominica already, some youth, Grand Bay, we have in Portsmouth, maybe in the northeast, and even La Plaine in the east. What we have, we could spend that money, but we also have the Nehemiah Comprehensive School. I'll bring up that facility again. This facility is ideally located. It has the space and everything. Do not tell me about the list. If you tell me about the list, go back and tell me about the list in Wesley for the London St. Andrews High School. Tell me about that list. But let us speak about young people, empowering them. Aqualine, masonry, carpentry, plumbing, mechanic, culinary arts, electrical wiring, sewing, hospitality, and others. Where are we empowering these young people? You young people leaving high school, leaving college, and some of them by the road, if they rake. What are you giving them? A certificate in raking? Are you going to get a certificate in raking? Give them, empower them to be able to be self-sufficient. That is what we want to say. $110 million could have done that in 6 years. And that is what we are talking about. Invest the money wisely in our young people. Mr. Speaker, our young people deserve better. They are screaming for opportunities to empower themselves. They are screaming to make valuable contributions to this country. A lot of them want to leave. You hear any, you see the talk, you hear the talk all over the place. I would like some of it to go on social media and just read some of the comments by young people. Or young professionals again. And I know Mr. Senator Laville is a young professional. I know him in his like high school days. And I want to encourage, no, he's my good friend, I can talk about him, I can call his name. We want our young professionals to feel comfortable in Dominica, to work in Dominica, and not be intimidated, and not to be pressured, not to be blocked by government officials when they get an international job. We know that it's been done. Let's stop it. The member. That is underspending for young people, you know, Mr.
Hold on, member.
Yes.
Hold on, 1 sec. You have made a conclusive statement saying that somebody blocking.
Yes.
So please withdraw it is imputing improper motive.
Withdraw blocking. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to make a comment, Maria. I just want to give support to the Senator Joseph when she made mention about under the Prime Minister's office, the purchase of the vehicles and what it could have been done. We're not against the Prime Minister having vehicles. We're not against that. We want to ensure that we can give support to the other areas. Ministers, you have police stations without vehicles. Salisbury is one of them. You have extension officers without vehicles, and you want them to execute their work under the World Food and under the World Bank program. They don't have vehicles, and we would like to see something done about that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Fisheries. From the Food and Agriculture Organization and the World Bank, we got $8.9 million. $6.7 million from the World Bank for payments of supplies for inputs, rental expenses, and other forecasted expenditures on the Emergency Agricultural Livelihoods and Climate Resilient Project. Farmers? Any farmers in the house? This is one of the most poorly implemented agriculture project. I can say it off the bat, without reservation, in this house. This is one of the most poorly implemented agriculture program. Bona fide farmers were sidelined from getting what they truly deserve. And I can go to Salisbury, and I can say, call the names. I will not call the names. I can go to Salisbury, I can go anywhere and get names of farmers who were sidelined. And when you have politicians getting the plans and the inputs before them, I'm not calling names, they know themselves in there. They know their names, and they know themselves in there. I'm not calling names. Government politicians got plans. Some people who got assistance from this program never worked their farm. There are farmers who got inputs and selling it because they get too much. And there are other farmers who got nothing. That is the reality of it, Mr. Speaker. And right now, the program is on a standstill. People waiting from the first set. They have some problems, issues in getting their inputs and getting other material. Madam Speaker, and that is where we are. Extension officers in the Ministry of Agriculture have been sidelined from doing their work. Imagine ministers are being featured as big farmers in Dominica now. Yeah, that's where we are. I would like to see the farmers, the core farmers that we had. Ministers have been featured before our bona fide farmers, as top farmers in Dominica now. Mr. Speaker, and that's where we are. At the last sitting of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, at the last sitting of Parliament, I'm not saying who took plans, who took inputs, who planting citrus below sea level, and they're supposed to be at 1,000 feet and higher elevation. I'm not calling their names. I'm not saying anything about that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at the last sitting of Parliament, the Prime Minister promised a young farmer from Penville, in his house, Sheldon Roye, a greenhouse from Serbia. Sheldon got that. Where's the Prime Minister? Not there? Some other time he's listening. Sheldon Roye is still waiting for that greenhouse. Because he said in Parliament he'll get it. He's still waiting for that greenhouse. The farmers of Monrachet, and that's why I respect the young senator from Mahu, Mr. Blackmore Wachit. The young senator from Mahu. He's the Minister of Public and last went to his office. Respectfully went to his office and raised some concerns about. Yeah, Mr. Lavelle was my cool partner. Malkasimi. Yeah. I went to his office and we discussed about the Salisbury Heights Road. And that is a concern to our farmers in Salisbury. See, not only Salisbury farmers, but farmers from St. Joseph and others going to the Cahome area. And we have a serious concern in the Salisbury Heights. The road from Hojan to Pilit Makushri.
Member.
Yes.
I just want to remind you that this is not a budget addressing.
No, that is about spending on the Ministry of Public Works.
Yeah, but it's not just saying under, and then you can say what you want.
No, but Mr. Speaker.
So you have to tell us the relevance.
Okay, the relevance is that money was being spent under the ministry, and I'm saying that in the interim as well, unforeseen, during the wet period. We had some serious problems with our roads in the Salisbury Heights area from Hojan to Makushri. And I am sure that the Senator is aware of the area. And I just want to echo that in Parliament, that we spoke about it. I'm hoping that something will be done in the near future. Because if the member for St. Joseph will not speak on behalf of the people of farmers from St. Joe, I will speak on their behalf. That is the only access to Cahome. And she is the one trying to prevent me from speaking. Imagine that. Imagine that. I spoke to the senator about the hill, and the senator knows what I talk about. Best you keep yourself quiet. I spoke to the senator about the hill in Pilit Makushri to Hojan. Everybody knows that work was done on the road. We spoke about it. I am speaking about because of the rainy season what transpired. Mr. Speaker, and that is my concern. We are approaching the rainy season as well. Again.
So I'm asking you, what is the relevance
that
to the estimates?
Under the World Bank program, there are farmers in that area who have accessed support from that program. But to access their farm now is a problem.
Yes, but
and that's going to give support if you want productivity, if you want quality, you want quantity, you want to have good roads. And I am just asking this honorable House that when they should give consideration for urgent repairs on the Pilit Makushri Road. Is that asking too much, Mr. Speaker?
No, but you see.
Okay, thank you very much. I move on, Mr. Speaker.
Hold on. Just 1 second. Member, No, on one hand, we say that we understand what we mean by the appropriation, supplementary appropriation. On the other hand, when we are debating, it's like we don't understand. If it is spent already, why are you talking about something that was not spent on? But I'm not going to say how you need to approach your debate, but I'm telling you, you need to get relevance to what you are trying to say, but I'm not going to tell you how to do it. But for just to advise this house, I'll just do one. Just one. No, because I could ask the member to refrain from going in that line. But I will not, I don't think, I'm not here to coach anybody, so continue, but let's be focused on relevance.
Not coaching me.
Let's focus on relevance.
That is relevant.
You may, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, I am making a contribution on more funds that was spent unforeseen. It was not budgeted. We're speaking about agriculture where funds were spent on farmers who are going to be on the World Bank program. And I am asking for the government to give support to these farmers by ensuring they have better access roads. There is no relevance. Mr. Speaker, are you telling me that in this honorable house? I rest my case, Mr. Speaker. I move on. That is you and your conscience, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the health, the Ministry of Health, and I just want to really continue to commend the Ministry of Health, the Minister and his team.
Yes.
I always do that, and he knows that.
It's not you, you know.
The official
It's not you.
and the official parliamentary opposition have always given support to the COVID protocols, and that's why I asked the question, who give permission, and I will continue to ask that question. But Mr. Speaker, the comments made by Senator Rivia was distasteful this morning, and I saw you, the minister, he shook his head. Because when you say that the members of the opposition never give support to the protocols, was untrue. We have been partners in this as Dominicans. We might not be on the same side, but we have been together on this one. We have heard our members on our side have spoken in public, in the parliament, about giving support to the COVID protocols. And that is why we raise concerns about some of this, Mr. Speaker. And again, I'll repeat that I give support. Mr. Speaker, in this house, during in 2000, the last parliament, the last sitting where we spoke, I raised some concerns in terms of the COVID protocols and whatnot about Salisbury. And Mr. Speaker, the health center in Salisbury and the health and the nurse there, I am very disappointed that nothing has been done to assist in that regard. In terms of our nurse, we have only one nurse serving 3,500 to 400,000 people. Only one nurse. And I would like to take the opportunity to commend Nurse Magdalene Moses, for standing strong and doing what you have to do as the healthcare provider, sole healthcare provider. Mr. Speaker, the other person who was helping Nurse Moses, her contract expired and she applied the thing. And Mr. Speaker, that kind of animalistic behavior, Mr. Speaker, I try to stay away from it as much as I can. Mr. Speaker, that...
Senator.
No, there's everybody, I hope everybody from Salisbury here in Shanks and his animalistic behavior.
Again,
And I want them to hear that. I want to repeat that.
Honorable John, your statement is unparliamentary.
Mr. Speaker, his statement is unparliamentary.
Listen to
I
me.
was making a point, and a point, respectful point, bringing across to the minister.
not-
A concern we have.
He's not on his mic, he's doing crosstalk. I mean,
Oh,
you
you're
said you have
crosstalk and you're
experience,
not telling him to-
and I called his name, but instead you are actually taking advantage.
No, I have to let the
No,
public know.
withdraw
Yes.
it. Withdraw.
Withdrawn. Mr. Speaker, as I'm saying,
Shanks, you have blood on your hands.
that one nurse serving a community of 4,000 people is unacceptable. And I will repeat, there was a nurse who was retired and she was working on contract, and her contract has not been renewed since August of last year, Mr. Speaker. I brought it into Parliament since August of last year. They have not renewed the contract and she's willing to work and assist the community. We have got prenatal care in Salisbury. Mr. Speaker, the assistant that they had is on sick leave for a long time. So you have only one person doing night calls, everything, for a community of 3,500 to 4,000 people. That is unacceptable. And I was asking that we can do better. When we can do better, we should do better. And assist the community and make sure that we move in that direction. The member of St. Joseph, nobody's hearing you. Nobody wants to hear you.
Three more minutes.
Yeah.
Member.
Yes?
3 more minutes. 3 more minutes. 3 more minutes.
3 more minutes, yes, I'll wind up. Yes. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, yeah. I just want to say the Ministry of, as I mentioned, the Ministry of Public Works, money was spent 47 million with, I just want us to look at one of my concerns that I've raised in this house. I know we have signed new contracts for the bridge, but I want us to look at beyond the bridge. Look at this artery, the Layu Valley Road, from the Layu Bridge to Pokasi. That's a very important artery in Dominica, and I'm hoping that we can move forward. Mr. Speaker, Cabinet. Expenses. Right. So I want to seek some clarification on this one, Cabinet, that in the supplementary appropriation on the Cabinet, $287,101.84 to meet expenses related to the swearing of the members of Cabinet and a retreat held for elected members. Elected members. Well, if you have to correct this document, please correct it. It said for elected members. I'm an elected member of Parliament. I was not there. I don't want to be there. I was asking it. We were not there. 3 of us on this side was not there. It said for elected members, so I just want us to correct that document and seek clarification. Yeah. Yes. And earlier on, I just want, in closing, Mr. Speaker, in closing, the member for the Roseau South constituency made mention about sporting facilities. And I'm not against sporting facilities. I am big on sporting facilities. I am big on sports. And I want to encourage that. But I have been raising that concern about the Salisbury playing field in Parliament for a while now. I'm always in Dublin. Every Saturday I'm in Dublin. I see your son as well. In the football academy.
With your son?
Yeah, with my son. And the concern that they have is the repairs of the playing field as well, in terms of the cricket pitch. And we have a concern. I just want us to, if you want young people to excel, give them the basic opportunities or the basic facilities for them to excel. And I agree with creating the playing space for them, but not look at one area or one set. We will want to look at pools of men and to the national team, that the Cricket Association, the Football Association, basketball, whatever, can go around Dominica and meet those different pools of young people and get talents to represent Dominica. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this support.
Yes, I recognize you, Honorable Minister. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my full support to supplementary SCPA before the Honorable House. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if it's willing or competent because information as to the government work is out there in the public. Mr. Speaker, my dear schoolmate, Senator Sanford, is disappointed. For 25 years, I have known Senator Sanford, and what he did tonight was disappointing. This is the only government that have invested seriously in agriculture. This is the only government that have invested seriously in agriculture. You mean DPPL? Mr. Speaker, she's concerned about food security and the shortage of food. This has never been an issue here in the Commonwealth of Dominica. Mr. Speaker, they come here and they talk about young people, concerned young people. The only time good for 25 years engagement is when we had pepper sale, and when she said that we victimize farmers in the constituency. That was the only time she engaged me. Mr. Speaker, victimization, the same farmer who called the radio station has not picked up his check. He has not picked up his check. He has not picked up his check, and they called for 3-4 days, lambasting the Minister of Agriculture, and that check is sitting in the Treasury. Up on yesterday, when I spoke to that farmer, he said he don't want money. Up yesterday, he said he's not picking up the check. All 12 farmers in the Joburg area have relocated and allowed to locate their farms. Mr. Speaker, during COVID, we've seen excess of $3.2 million paid to farmers, money in their pockets. Mr. Speaker, Senator Sanford by permission, and I'm subject to correction. I have not seen a mask donated by Senator Sanford, not a bottle of rubbing alcohol, not any training. In a time of a pandemic, she should have called Dr. Mack and say, I want to go to work. Instead, she stayed at her home. Mr. Speaker, in the last 2 years, $22 million has been spent under the World Bank project. And according to the World Bank, not the government, the World Bank, the project is on course and on schedule. Mr. Speaker, we had a press conference a few weeks ago. If Senator Sanford was listening, she would have heard in excess of $400,000 being spent on cassava processing facilities in the Kalinago territory. Mr. Speaker, she planted a few potatoes and I commend her for that, but that is not farming. Mr. Speaker, we never cease to trade with our partners. Boats have been leaving the shores of Dominica all through COVID. Mr. Speaker, I am disappointed in my colleague because this government continues to support farmers. Mr. Speaker, let me deal with the member for Salisbury. Last budget debate, he said that we should look for the young farmers and the young people of Salisbury. You went right? I'm correct. All right. On November 11th, he wrote to the ministry asking for lands, correct? Yes. We responded on the 20th of November 2020. Since then, you care about young people and you have never responded to that letter.
Honorable Minister, are you yielding?
No.
Continue.
Mr. Speaker, the information is wrong.
Which information?
It's wrong. He said, Mr. Speaker.
Not he said, the Honorable Minister.
The Honorable Minister said, I have never responded. The Minister of Lands is right there in the House. No, responded to in the House. You wrote me, the Minister of Lands has the documents in his hands. The Minister of Lands has the documents in his hands. The forms are in the Land and Survey. Ask your secretary. Ask your secretary.
Continue, Minister. Continue.
Mr. Speaker, it's okay to come here and speak about young people, but we have to show
order. Honorable Hector John. Order. Honorable Hector John.
Mr. Speaker, the member for Salisbury said we continue to spend on the NEP program. Mr. Speaker, the NEP program is providing a means where many people, in excess of 3,000 persons across the country, can bring food on their tables in this pandemic. Mr. Speaker, he will mention the NEP and they will forget about education. The hundreds of millions of dollars that have been pumped into our young people, our young professionals. Mr. Speaker, the United Workers' Party has never come out publicly and say what is their policy on education, because they do not like the educated class. Mr. Speaker, it's okay to come here time after time and pretend that you care for persons. You pretend that you care for them without empathizing with their situation. What has the United Workers' Party done for the country during this pandemic? Some of the members on the opposition side, Mr. Speaker, are retirees. And being in this house is a little side job. So therefore, they could have donated part of that salary like we on this side do. Mr. Speaker, the empathy shown to the Dominican public by the opposition party is clear. And if they continue on that way, Mr. Speaker, we know for sure, Mr. Speaker, it will be always safer with Labour. Thank you.
Yes. Honorable Alfred. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker,
Hold on. Are you going to have more steam in the house? Because the house will need to cool down, you know. So, members of this honorable house, let us just cool down. Let's cool down. Let's cool down. Okay. Honorable Minister, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to offer commendation, to express gratitude, and to give my support to the supplementary appropriation, especially as it pertains to the Ministry of Education, Human Resource Development, Vocational Training, and National Excellence. Mr. Speaker, I wish on behalf of the constituents of the Castle Bruce constituency to express thanks to the government for the works that are ongoing in the constituency presently. The DVRP Road project from Mount Wadiap to Hatton Garden, the Regional Disaster Shelter, the Disaster Operations Center and Storeroom, the BNTF project at the Castle Bruce Secondary School, the upgrading of the Sansove Health Center, reconstruction work on the Castle Bruce Youth Center by 10 young men and 1 young lady who are engaged in a building technology program offered by the Youth Skills Program, and the reinstatement of the Good Hope to Sansove Road. We are indeed elated, and we shall forever be grateful. I wish to commend the efforts of this government under the leadership of the Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit for how well we have done so far in controlling the spread of the COVID-19 and the prudence with which we have cushioned the impact of this pandemic. I also wish to thank the officials of the Ministry of Education, the principals and teachers at all schools, from early childhood up to tertiary level, for their efforts in ensuring that our schools remain safe and happy, and our students continue to learn while having fun. And of course, to our parents for your support in all we do. We also express our deepest gratitude to the organizations, donors, and individuals who are playing a part in the repairing and rebuilding of schools all over Dominica. Mr. Speaker, so much has been done, yet we have so much to do still to make our students and teachers more comfortable. The physical environment of a school building and grounds is a key factor in the general teaching and learning and the health and safety of our students, staff, and visitors. Mr. Speaker, the Maria Holder Memorial Trust is now a household name in Dominica. This organization contributed $6.1 million to the constructing of new early childhood facilities and refurbishment of the existing primary schools in Bells, Concord, Warner, Trafalgar, and Roseau Primary. All these schools were also fitted with furniture and equipment required to modernizing the early childhood development facilities. The supplementary appropriation of $663,133 to this project covered the payment of all excise duties and value-added tax on materials imported and purchased locally. Mr. Speaker, all this is in our effort to create access to education, especially as we strive to reach universal early childhood education, to improve the quality of physical structures and building, making them more resilient, and to create learning spaces in an effort to improve students' performance and social skills, thus transforming lives. Mr. Speaker, the Climate Resilience and Restoration Project is a US $7.53 million project. This is managed through the Caribbean Development Bank. This project, funded by Canada, has a capacity building and institutional strengthening component in addition to actual construction and rehabilitation of school buildings. Mr. Speaker, when we speak about building resilience, some think only about infrastructure. However, we also build resilience in our human resource. Mr. Speaker, the capacity building and institutional strengthening aspect included: 1, a consultancy in best practice training with contractors and suppliers. 35 contractors participated over a 2-week period. Certificates were presented to all participants. 2, a 5-year gender-responsive disaster education sector plan for the Ministry of Education was also started. National consultations were conducted with various sectors. A draft document has been presented and is being reviewed. Number 3, a basic training program was conducted for 135 people in basic technical vocational skills. I repeat, a basic skills training program was conducted for 135 persons in basic technical vocational skills. The training was conducted over a 6-week period. In fact, this training was oversubscribed because 143 persons actually participated. Areas of training included masonry, carpentry, and electricity. All participants received a toolkit with some small tools to start them off on their employment journey and a certificate. Training in project management and procurement practices was conducted for Ministry of Education planning staff. A training in gender sensitization was conducted. Participants included the project implementation staff of the Ministry of Education, contractors, the school community, and other stakeholders. This was conducted over a 4-month period. Noteworthy was the training at community level in gender equality and sensitization and training on gender issues. 35 contractors were also trained on gender-sensitive issues in construction sector. Mr. Speaker, if you visit our ongoing projects, you will find females are fully engaged. I highly commend the contractors for considering our females who have chosen to make their living in these fields. The supplementary appropriation to this project of $1,850,630.80 has not only ensured the consultancy listed above contributing to the human resource development, but it has also enabled the consultancy services for the design and supervisions of 5 schools. This project is still ongoing with construction works in progress at Montjean, Daly's, Grand Bay, and W.S. Stevens. Works at Salisbury were completed last year. Mr. Speaker, the Portsmouth Library, like other institutional plants around our island, was extensively damaged during the passage of Hurricane Maria in 2017. Over 80% of the physical structure, collection, and equipment were damaged and staff was displaced. We utilized a room at the Portsmouth Secondary School and a space on Bay Street, Portsmouth to offer library services. The government of Dominica and the Ministry of Education, Human Resource Planning, Vocational Training, and National Excellence have been working collaboratively with several donors and other interested parties to restore that building and library services. Portsmouth Library is a unit of the Dominican Library Information Service and the main public information hub in the north of the island. In addition to information service on-site, the library provides technical support and a mobile library service for primary schools of the north and northwest of the island. Rehabilitation works for the building was estimated at the cost of $151,000, with an additional amount of over $500,000 required for restocking, replacement of furniture, equipment, and supplies. Rehabilitation works completed to date include replacement of the roof with a creation of a concrete section, replacement of all doors, windows, public and staff washroom, cabinets and shelves in the kitchenette and hallways, painting of the interior and exterior of the building, and fencing, plumbing, and electricals. Through budgetary support of over $300,000, the government has ensured that the Portsmouth Library has been equipped with new furniture to include desks, chairs, tables, and appliances, shelving, AC units, and computer system for staff and the public. Additionally, the government meets the Dominican Library Information Service subscription of $20,000 annually to cover EBSCO international services that allow members, users, clients, and citizens access to online resources that includes 14 e-magazines and 5 online research databases. The government and the Ministry of Education is also grateful for the financial donation from Bellis Development Corporation, Getty Foundation, Friends of Jamaica, Joshua Jellis Capero and Friends, Ross University, Noble Caledonia Charity Trust, and Book Aid International towards restoration of the Portsmouth Library. Mr. Speaker, today I can report that the library is functional and opened with established health protocols as a transformed space for information service delivery. The supplementary appropriation of $12,790.22 went a long way in ensuring that the Portsmouth Library provides a multi-complexity of benefits, a safe meeting place for people, particularly our children, to engage in discussion and participate in group work and team building activities. Free resources that allow people of any income level or background equitable access to high-quality information and research materials to enhance lifelong learning. An access point to the internet and ever-expanding, engaging world of the World Wide Web. A space to learn new skills, dance, craft, experience new ideas, and get lost in the wonderful stories. A venue for cultural performances, movies, and traditional and online games. A display hall for artists, poems, and musicians. Classrooms for learning information literacy, financial and parenting skills, and opportunities to collaborate in effort geared at social awareness and collective responsibility. The new library redesign focuses on lighting an ergonomic, safe space for children and programs that address health and well-being issues. Creation of work schedules and stations that take into account staff mental and physical health, and the introduction of library resources that bridge the health-wellness information gap. It also provides the opportunity to embrace gender and diversity through selections of holdings that appeal to both genders, as well as to different age groups and differently abled persons. Further emphasis will be placed on the issue of access by persons with physical disability and the introduction of assistive adaptive technologies that will allow persons with disability to use, read, and print library resources. As a government, we commit to the full restoration of the Portsmouth Library with re-established sustainable services. Mr. Speaker, Massey United Insurance Company Limited out of Barbados made a contribution towards restoration and refurbishment of schools. The supplementary appropriation of $141,146 was used to purchase teachers' desks and chairs and other furniture as we endeavor to replace damaged and destroyed furniture at all schools for use by students and teachers. Mr. Speaker, in keeping with our policy, 1 university graduate per household, the government of Dominica continues to facilitate tertiary education. Although our payments were late in a few cases, and we are still working on some payments to be made, the supplementary appropriation of $4,918,615.16 enabled the payments to the Council of Legal Education. This appropriation also ensured that we supported more than 100 students with stipend, tuition, and housing fees. These students are enrolled at various universities in China, Europe, Cuba, the Caribbean, St. Lucia, Trinidad, Jamaica, Barbados, United States, Mexico, United Kingdom, and Canada. Students are pursuing studies in various fields in business, medicine, engineering, the fine arts, aviation, science and technology, and education. A special unit has been put in place to deal strictly with students' affairs, since this program has grown extensively under this Dominican Labour Party administration. A policy to guide students and parents on accessing financial support and scholarship is in its final stage. This is in the effort of ensuring that students' issues are handled in a more effective and efficient manner. Our commitment to our students were extended from the normal in many cases due to the impact of COVID-19. In many cases, we had to facilitate students' return to Dominica due to the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, despite the challenges of COVID-19, especially its impact on the world's economy, we continue to deliver. And this Dominican Labour Party government provides Dominicans, we promise Dominicans that your patience, your support, it will be worth it all. Because we will deliver to you products and services that meet international standards. Mr. Speaker, the people of Dominica are counting on us to do their work. The students, especially those overseas, are depending on us to help them attain this degree. Students and teachers deserve to spend most of their day in comfortable spaces. The programs, projects, and initiatives presented in the supplementary appropriations were just too urgent and critical to be postponed. Therefore, I once again commend the effort of this government, and I fully support the supplementary appropriation as presented. Thank you graciously.
Good evening. Mr. Speaker, I just stand to make a brief intervention just to clarify a few things which a member from Salisbury mentioned earlier. As regards to the health district is the St. Joseph Health District, and the Type 3 Health Center is in the St. Joseph Health District. The Type 1 Health Center is in Salisbury Health District. So normally what is there, a nurse stays at the Type 1 Health Center, whereas more than one nurse might be at the Type 3 Health Center. So it makes perfect sense that yes, there's a nurse, one nurse at the Salisbury Health Center which resides there, and on clinic days, we have a second nurse assisting her at the clinics on that particular day. Even besides that, we also have a community health aide assisting in that Salisbury area. So on the clinic days, yes, we will have two. That is the one that's resident there, plus another one to assist, and we also have a community health aide that helps in that Salisbury area, because that's the type 1. In the type 3, which is St. Joseph, for that entire health district, we'll have more than one nurse at those health districts. So that clarifies that point. But you have to put this into perspective, Mr. Speaker, because we have this nursing migration, and we know the shortcomings of nursing all over the world. You have nurses from Africa coming to the Caribbean, nurses from Cuba come to the Caribbean. We have Caribbean nurses going to North America. We have nurses from the Philippines going to United Kingdom. We have those from the Philippines going to the UK as well. We have American nurses going across to the Middle East. So it's an entire problem of nursing migration, and let alone Dominica is not immune to that at all. So even within that context, I think we should be pretty happy that we can still provide 2 nurses at a type 1 on clinic days and still have a community health aide for that particular area of Salisbury. As regards to the Salisbury Health Center, some work was done. As a matter of fact, I spoke to the parliamentary representative from Salisbury on that exact issue. And as a matter of fact, today the contractor was supposed to pick up his check so that work can begin this week to complete the repairs to the Salisbury Health Center. So everything is being covered there, Mr. Speaker. There's nothing to worry about there.
Yes, I recognize our Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to make a brief intervention in relation to the supplementary appropriation. I too support the supplementary appropriation, and obviously I've listened to the various contributions made in respect to that. And I particularly want to address the reference made firstly by the member for Margaret this morning, and this evening was referred to, at least touched on by the member for Salisbury. But in particular, this morning, the member for Margaret made the bold statement and false or inaccurate statement that when he was referring to bus drivers, that they were entitled, legally entitled, I believe he said, to compensation. And I think that needs to be debunked, because that is not correct. Unfortunately, the member for Margaret did not remain in the House, and so his total contribution on that point was not, at least I wasn't able to get it. But what I was able to ascertain, Mr. Speaker, is that he was referring to an order made in or about April of last year. And it seemed to me that he was referring to the or one of the proclamations that were made under the emergency provisions. And I was trying to draw his attention, because it seemed to me that he was looking at the wrong provision. But Mr. Speaker, I think it's important for the public to have a proper understanding, because people often come and make statements half correct, totally false, or maybe quarter correct. In respect to this matter, we have 2 emergency provisions in our laws. The Emergency Powers Act, which is Chapter 1502 for those who want to go and check it, and we have the Emergency Powers Disaster Act, which is Chapter 1503. Because the member for Margaret actually referred to, in his contribution, he referred to and that's, Mr. Speaker, remember the element which was referring to the President. That is actually, Mr. Speaker, in Section 4 of the Emergency Powers Act, which is Chapter 1502. And as I recall, the member for Margaret was seeking to say that the provision in the Act refers to compensation. The President shall pay compensation. Well, it's true that the Act says that, but there are a couple of points to be made in respect to that. The most important for the purpose of this exercise is that the proclamations issued by the President in relation to COVID last year were not made under that Act. They were not made under Chapter 1502. They were made under Chapter 1503, which is the Emergency Powers Disaster Act. So whilst the statement is accurate, that there is a section in our law which says that, quite apart from the fact that I would submit that the reference to shall in that particular section is not mandatory. In my submission, it is directory. So it's simply indicating what can happen, and that I would suggest, before going back to 1503, which is where the President really exercises power, is that 1502 that the member for Marigot was referring to actually says, and I will read it for the edification of all. No person is liable to any suit or action in respect of any act done under lawful direction and authority pursuant to the provisions of this act, but the President shall order that compensation shall be paid out of the public funds of the state, and this is where it comes important, to any person upon being satisfied that such person has suffered loss or damage by reason of the exercise of any powers conferred by Section 3. So there's a few things to note from there. One is, and it's important, that the President has to be satisfied. So it's not simply a question of somebody may have suffered loss or damage, or they may think they suffered loss or damage, and that makes them entitled. Even if they have suffered loss or damage, if the President is not satisfied that that is the case, then without going any further. So clearly it's not an entitlement. But apart from that, Section 3, which precedes obviously 4, actually sets out that for any such situation to arise, would have to arise out of an order that has been made, or regulations made by the President. And there are other elements. So of course one cannot easily understand if as a result of a state of emergency, the state takes over somebody's factory, or takes over a hotel, or some other similar type enterprise, then obviously the state one would expect that it's reasonable for the state to compensate the person. But to say that somebody who's running their ordinary business and happens to find that they may or may not have gained a reduction in business because of an order of a state of emergency, that person is automatically entitled to compensation, is totally false. So going to the provision that His Excellency the President actually made the emergency legislation or proclamation under. It is Chapter 1503, as I said, which is the Emergency Powers Disaster Act. And that act, which Mr. Speaker, you may recall that under that act, there was the SRO 14 of 2020, which was gazetted on the 1st of April of last year. There was SRO 16 of 2020, which was gazetted on the 3rd of April, because if you run your mind back, remember there was the proclamation, and then shortly thereafter, because of the provisions of Chapter 1503, there was a requirement for the Parliament to be convened within 5 days, and that's where we got the second proclamation that I just referred to, which is 16 of 2020. And then after that, and when we were there was a resolution passed, and one will remember that there was a period within which the state of emergency was to last, and there was a provision for it to be extended. But all of that was under the Emergency Powers Disaster Act, which is a totally different act to the act that the member from Marigot was referring to this morning. This act, Chapter 1503, does also makes provision, and one would expect so, in different language for compensation, but it is quite clear that it is not a mandatory provision, and it's not an entitlement. And I'll just briefly read it, not all of it, but it's a Section 5 for those who wish to check it for themselves. Where a proclamation of emergency has been made, and so long as the proclamation is in force, the President may make orders securing the essentials of life to the community and for the preservation of the health, welfare, and safety of the public. And subsection 2 states, and that's the relevant subsection, orders may, under this section, without prejudice to the generality of the power conferred by subsection 1, provide, and if I skip A to F and go straight to G, which says, for the payment of adequate compensation within a reasonable time in respect of anything done under any order made under this section. But the operative word there in subsection 2 is orders made under this section may, without prejudice provides. So it's a may, and again, it's a question of discretion. So the idea that any enterprise, bus drivers or any other, is entitled or would have been entitled to compensation as a result of the emergency provisions is false, inaccurate, whichever term one wishes to apply to it, and that should be dispelled and debunked without further ado. Mr. Speaker, that's my contribution to this debate.
Mr. Speaker. Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I too would like to just lend my voice to this very important, or what has turned out to be a very important debate on the supplementary estimates. And I'm sort of surprised that after having listened to the presenter of the motion, member for Portsmouth, who the opposition admits was very clear, was very precise in his delivery, that debate would generate so much discussion. And so, Mr. Speaker, really, nobody would expect me to have much more to say than what has already been said. But what it does, Mr. Speaker, it gave us an opening to see the maliciousness and the viciousness and the anti-patriotic stance being taken by the members of the opposition in that regard. And so, Mr. Speaker, I believe that I have an obligation in making reference, and I'll do it in point form, I won't be long, to some of the items in the supplementary estimate and to deal with some of the issues raised by the opposition. To begin with, Mr. Speaker, I believe that there is a misunderstanding, and it came out very clearly through the contribution of Senator Sanford and to an extent the Senator Joseph, when they seem to make a reference to the allocation in the supplementary estimates. And if I understand it well, Mr. Speaker, I do not believe we can refer it to as an allocation. In the budget, we make allocations. In the supplementary estimates, we speak to matters where monies was spent, and we have to come back to the Parliament to seek approval for the expenditure made. And I believe it's on that premise, Mr. Speaker, that the members of the opposition got misguided and really said a lot about nothing, because clearly they were debating the wrong principle as to whether it's a budget debate where you make allocations or whether it's a supplementary debate where you deal with issues of monies already spent. So we needed to do that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while with the member for the senator, she made reference to, rather than having a housing revolution, we should be having an agricultural revolution. And I'm not sure what? No, you don't tell me what I heard you say. You know what you wanted to say. You didn't say it, you probably didn't say it properly because of the malicious intention that you intend to mislead the House and the people of Dominica. And you made a reference to an agricultural revolution instead of a housing revolution. And Mr. Speaker, if you understand the housing condition that existed in the Kalinago territory before this government came into office, you would well appreciate why it was necessary to launch a double revolution on housing in the Kalinago territory. And that is what the Labour Party government has done to improve the social standing of the Kalinago people who have been oppressed for so long that this is probably one of the housing areas that you would be really concerned about. And so this government took a deliberate policy, and we're not done yet, Mr. Speaker, because there's still, based on the amount of work to be done, there is still a lot of work to be done on improving the housing situation in the Kalinago territory. And this government, understanding the challenges faced by the Kalinago people as far as the housing is concerned, to improve on the house. And here it is that the senator, who is a Kalinago herself, is saying to the people of this country that the government should not have embarked on a housing revolution in the Kalinago territory, but we should embark on a housing revolution instead. But that is for the Kalinago people, because if you attack the housing revolution, you cannot attack it in isolation. You are attacking the entire revolution. And the Kalinago territory is part of the housing revolution that is being criticized by the Senator Annette Sanford. So I needed to make that point, Mr. Speaker. On the question of agriculture, the minister has already alluded to that fact, that we have over $65 million in circulation in agriculture. And just last year, even in the key COVID period, we experienced an increase in fish production. And that too goes, you're shaking your head, Maslin, that too goes for the Senator Maslin, for the senator who was here on the platform talking about the mismanagement of the, even challenging the competence of the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister of Dominica. A Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance that is sought by every single country in the OECS. And we can take it to further afield. And to sit there and to challenge the competence of the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance from where we took this country. I'm not going far, from Erica to Maria to COVID, and where we are today, that we are a standout example of financial management and development in the OECS over that period. And because you see, Mr. Speaker, we're debating and we're talking as if we're in normal times. We're talking about where are the resource centers. And you spoke about the factories. Where are the factories for young people to work? Mr. Speaker, in many countries in this world and in the region, people are still inside of their homes. They cannot come out. The economies are wrecked. If you listen to the commentaries from our neighbors, prime ministers are publicly stating that they won't be able to pay salaries. Prime ministers are publicly stating that the economy, the COVID-19 has wrecked the economy. And if we go further outside of the Caribbean region, in Europe, in America, in Canada, no economy today except the Chinese economy that grew by 18%. No other economy in the world is on an incline. They are all declining, Mr. Speaker. And for the members of the opposition, particularly Senator Maslin, to come here and to tell us that in this COVID period, where no public officer has been sent home, where we have not defaulted on any of our payments to the regional and international institutions, Mr. Speaker, when it's tough, but we have held on to every single body on the National Employment Program, which they criticize so heavily. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to qualify the comments being made by Senator Maslin. He's an infant, and he must understand that he's an infant in politics. And he needs to learn how to do this thing. I met him in the washroom, and he was complaining, Reggie, why I don't score no points today. We met in the washroom together, Mr. Speaker. We were in the washroom together. Right or wrong? And he was on his phone. And he says, boy, Reggie, boy, I don't score no points today. So to him, to Senator Maslin, this thing where we come here to debate how to make the lives of people better, what measures we have taken to make the lives of people better, you're talking about you don't score points? In the washroom, yes. In the washroom. I don't meet you in the washroom. Well, of course, well, that's it. Yes, we met in the washroom. Senator Maslin. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of, I'm under the Ministry of Justice, where issues are being raised on the professional and consultancy fees paid to legal practitioners. And like the Minister of National Security rightly said, 90% of those issues were the creation and brought on this country by the United Workers' Party government. 90% of them, Mr. Speaker. Whether you go to the Salisbury riots, whether you go to the, because some of those motions are unconstitutional motions.
You want to correct, you said United Workers Party government.
No. It was the United Workers Party opposition. Because some of those motions that they have before the courts are constitutional motions. And the implications of those cases have far wide-reaching effect on not only on the Dominican society, but maybe on the regional and international communities based on the decisions coming out. And so you have to fight these matters with the best of the best, because these are decisions that can linger. The Senator Joseph and Senator Maslin, those decisions can have a profound impact on the future of not only Dominica, but of the region. I'm not a lawyer, I can be corrected, and the mover of the motion is a lawyer, so if I'm wrong, I'm open, he can correct me on it. And so we had to seek almost the best we could find to litigate those matters, to ensure that whatever decision that we arrive at is a decision that will not impinge. And I'm not going to talk about this present matter before the courts, because it's what we call sub judice. I'm not going to speak about it. But the outcome of that matter could have serious implications for politics in the region. And so we have to ensure that we get the best lawyers we can get to deal with those matters, Mr. Speaker. And so that is what I'm saying, that the high cost of consultants and legal fees is a creation of the United Workers Party opposition. But even more importantly, Mr. Speaker, legal practitioners in Dominica and in the region must be very, very scared to take up matters in this jurisdiction. You can remember the lynching that was meted out against judges, including our own judge here. How she was linked with a mission begun and supported by the United Workers Party, and more importantly by their leader, who went public criticizing the sitting judge, criticizing a sitting judge, and criticizing, and when she withdrew herself, the next judge was also seriously and heavily criticized, that he never made it to Dominica. You have magistrates being criticized by the United Workers Party. You have DPPs acting or otherwise heavily being criticized by the United Workers Party. So it appears to us that if this thing continues, we may not find one serious legal practitioner who will subject themselves to that level of abuse by the United Workers Party, their friends and their supporters, and by their own leadership. That is what we face in this country. And to come and to say that the people of Salisbury, a whole village, was taken, Mr. Speaker, that was a guerrilla warfare being fought, where these bandits went into homes and into the villages and into the yards of innocent people and planned the Stone Brigade and the Molotov Brigade to fight the police. And what was the police to do? Sit there with their hands on their side and don't do anything. We had to flush them out. Policemen got injured in the execution of their duties. And finally, the leader of the opposition was saying to the people of Dominica that when the police come at you, you must stone them, Mr. Speaker. That's right. And when he was not satisfied, see how she wrinkling her face like she don't know what I'm talking about. When he was not satisfied, when he was not satisfied that the message has gone out in English and in talk, he sang it in patois. Kulwash Bawi will come down like rain on the police. That was the advice of the UWP and the United Workers Party, led by the leader of the United Workers Party. So much for the irresponsible behavior, well, the criminal behavior of the United Workers Party. And now they want to challenge the policemen in the execution of their duties. They have no moral or other authority, because they were the ones who told the people of Dominica how to treat the police in the execution of their duties. So what was the police do? These are our brethren. These are our families. They have wives and they have children. providing a serious service to the country. And when you put their life and the lives of their families under threat, how do you expect them to respond? Just see what happened in Marigot. People were being taxed illegally. People were being had to pay to cross the river. Men were collecting taxes from people who wanted to cross the river to go about their daily business. Our bishop, our cardinal, was subject to abuse by the United Workers' Party and their supporters in Marigot, Mr. Speaker. That is a level of lawlessness that visit Dominica in that period under the reign of the United Workers' Party. Right there in Rose on the 7th of February, they want to raise on a point of order that they were not part of it. And they were the ones who told the people that the police cannot do nothing with you. We can go until when we want. We will stop when we want, in defiance of the authority and the laws of Dominica and the instructions of the chief of police. That's what happened there. And you saw what was the result of that. So yes, of course, we're spending money to litigate those matters, because those matters, as I've said, have far-reaching implications and far-reaching consequences. Mr. Speaker, I heard a member for Salisbury talking about, oh, ministers are farmers. Yes, I'm a farmer. I'm not ashamed of it. And in this country, Madam Speaker, we meet much more farmers, because there are markets for our produce. Even in this COVID period, you go to the supermarkets and you see the amount of foreign fruits and vegetables on the shelves. Mr. Speaker, we have doctors, lawyers, anybody who's worth their salt, the Prime Minister himself into farming, and they come here and make it look like it's some crime for ministers to be farmers. It shows you, Mr. Speaker, the regard that they have for farmers, because they don't see anybody of some substance being a farmer. It's degrading, it's beneath them. That is why none of them on the side of the opposition planting anything. In a place like Salisbury, Mr. Speaker, where you don't have to plant the melon, you just send the seed, it must grow and must bear for you. You don't have to plant it, just stand in your door and just send it. And in 3 months, you have watermelon selling. The member for Salisbury sits there, not one tree of melon he might have. And he tried to give me a melon, and I believe it's on the man's farm. The man go down the road, let a partner give me a melon, and present it to me like it's a gift from his farm. Mr. Speaker, not one tree of melon. And he come in here and make it look as if ministers doing something so wrong that we involve in farming and involved in agriculture. That is the level to which they have brought agriculture. And the member for the Senator Sanford, she sits there knowing that and want to come and talk about agriculture and agricultural production, when your own people criticizing farmers, criticizing people that planting, criticizing farmers, and you want to come here and make us believe that you have love for farmers when your own party is criticizing. Under the NEP, Mr. Speaker, very quickly, under the NEP, she said monies are being flushed in the NEP. I mean, you know what to flush? You know what flush is? Mr. Minister, you didn't say that. You want to deny that you said it? That how many $1 million are being flushed through the NEP? I don't want to say much about that, because you'll start to vomit inside here if you have to describe what flushing and what flush is and how it flushes. These are single parents. These are young people who didn't make it to school. These are young people who we found on the highways and on the street corners, smoking drugs and getting into deviant behavior. And we, the government, crafted a program where the single mothers can earn a living, as little as it is, to pay their bills and to satisfy themselves. You can imagine, Mr. Speaker, if in this COVID period, with all the challenges that we have, and you had this 3,000 or 4,000 NEP workers unemployed, with 5-6 children to feed, with absent fathers, you can imagine how far-reaching this little financing can meet these people. And you're now asking us, saying that we're flushing money through the NEP? Mr. Speaker, where is our love have for these people in the beautification and flower planting period? And go across the country, you will see how all these communities are looking clean, well kept, grass cut, flowers being planted. That that is part of our development too. It's not just about bridges and big buildings. It's about the environment. And these people are taking care of the environment in all these communities. And you sit there and you say that this government is flushing money on the NEP, down in the septic tank and the soakaways. Is that what you are saying? No, man, Mr. Speaker, we need to be careful. And let us understand it, that this NEP is not just about, and of course, the Minister of Education told you that we have skills training programs. Yes, we have skill training programs in all fields. But there are some people, Mr. Speaker, who are not in a position, I want to say the right thing, to be trained. And they prefer to go out there and to work. Because if everybody becomes an engineer and a plumber, then who's going to work on that lower level? And you talk about them in the hotels, how she described those in the hotels? We left Dominica here and go overseas to work in the hotels, to work in the yard, to do landscaping, to fix the beds, to work in the kitchens, to wreck the bitches. Huh? That's what many of our people who left here, that's what they're doing in Guadeloupe and in St. Martin and in Antigua. And today you come here and make it look like it's degrading. It's a degrading job to be a bartender, to be a waitress. How do you call people that work in the rooms and clean up the rooms and so on? Housekeeping, landscaper. You come in here in the parliament and criticizing these people who need to feed their family. Yes, you criticize them, who came to feed their families and to earn a daily bread. There will always be, once there are hotels, there will be housekeeping. Once you have hotels, there will be landscaping. Once you have hotels, there will be bartenders. Are you saying that we should shut down all those hotels? Well, you might be saying that because the United Workers' Party criticizes government for investing in hotels in this country. And we can talk about housing too. The member for Roseau North talk about none of his no house in Roseau North, no UW got. But he dissuaded them from applying. That is what happened to them. Because he told them that that money was blood money and they shouldn't touch it because it's CBI money, so they didn't apply. None of them applied. Because this election was done on the evaluation of applications filled out. I don't understand that. I don't understand that. Liberates are Dominicans, so why they're not entitled? Who got the homes? Dominicans got those homes. You guys never made no representation. You spend all your time criticizing the funding for those homes. And when you see how beautiful those homes are, no, you want yours now. When we were telling you all along that that is the way to go. Well, you just say that you're not in the housing revolution story, so I'm not surprised that your party probably taking that same view. Mr. Speaker, so that's the NEP for you. And we have people under the NEP, not all of them are in the beautification and sanitation area. We have NEP workers at the banks, at the various government departments, in the private sector, making a decent wage, and moving on when they get a job. Sometimes, based on their competence, they're being held on permanently by those institutions. All that is the work of the NEP. And you come here saying that the government is flushing money down through the NEP? You know how many people in the Kalinago territory employed under the NEP? You know how many families on a weekly and fortnightly and monthly basis can go home to their families and buy bread and sugar and rice and pay their bills? Are you aware of that? Are you aware of that? Well, if they can do better, find something. You go, you are medical open a clinic or something, and employ some of them. That is what you have to do. Sit down there doing nothing, waiting for a little check at the end of the month, and you're criticizing government efforts to help our people, young and medium age. No, man. No. I cannot understand that. I cannot understand that. You from the indigenous community, and your perspective should not be like Danny Luge and Sprague John, or the two retirees you have on your side. Like the minister said, it's a little top-up they're getting and everything else they're getting. Some of them retire 3 or 4 times. They don't even need the money. They don't need the money. They have healthy retirement packages. They pay off all their loans. The children out of school. Anything they get is in the bank, it go in. That's just a little top up. You following them? We have a whole community up there in the Kalinago territory that requires special attention from all of us. No, man, that can't be right. Moving along quickly, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the monies for the Health Commission. The Health Commission. Senator Masley, are you aware that the government has constructed 9 brand new modern health and wellness centers all across the country?
Honorable Minister, 6 more minutes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker. And that is what we have been doing, Mr. Speaker. That is what we have been doing. That represents the growth in the economy, where people's lives are being enhanced with education, with housing, and with proper medical care. And you want to challenge this government on its performance in moving this economy forward? We may well be the bus drivers. That was not a problem created by us. And she talked about COVID-19 was not unforeseen. Did you say that?
No,
did you realize that would be a whole year under COVID, the senator? Did you really believe that April up to 2021 we will still be talking about COVID-19? Were you prepared for that? Were you prepared for COVID now as we speak? You knew it was going. How long is it going to last? You look like you're a Godhead's affair. How long is it going to last?
You have to say what God is affair. God is affair in English.
A fortune teller. You're not a fortune teller. Nobody knew that there was going to be a third wave. Did you know that there was going to be a third and second and fourth and fifth wave? You say no, we should. It's not unforeseen. We should have planned for it. How are you going to plan for it? You are a nurse. How would you plan for it? You knew there was going to be a third wave, or a fourth wave, or a fifth wave. And you're saying about the government didn't plan for it, and because of that you're not supporting the supplementary because we didn't know that, Mr. Speaker. Boy. Oh God, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm not even going into some of the issues raised by the member for Roseau North, and you talk about Ross University, that we're wasting money, which reasonable value that talk about the money is being paid to the people taking care of Ross University, and you're asking where is the school? So because there is no school, we shouldn't clean the place? How come you guys have a problem with cleanliness? Why do you guys have a problem in cleanliness? You are attacking the NEP because they're cleaning. You are attacking the people at Ross because they're cleaning. What is that about? You have to cut the grass. You have to maintain the places. That is government's property. That's our asset. And you're going to ask, where is school? So until the school don't come, we should abandon the place. And don't cut the grass. And don't clean the place. And don't pay the security guards to secure it. Boss, behave yourself. Boss. I responding to all you fellas, my brother. Which standing order? What is the stand? Say what? But all you are attacking the NEP that cleaning. All you are attacking the people at Ross University that cleaning. Seemingly. Well, you just learned a new word, man. Seemingly. That's how behave yourself. Seemingly. I don't understand that. Seemingly. No, man. Mr. Speaker, I believe that, of course, there are things we can't talk about, because that's why it's before the House. Let's debate the supplementary estimates. But let us use the opportunity. Let us use the opportunity to see what in the estimates, what we can probably improve on. But we must note the impact that those measures are having on the country and on the economy. We have to, in very difficult and challenging times. Everybody home, working from home. School children cannot go to school. Look, now we have a situation in St. Vincent. And we're not sure when that situation is going to fix itself. And you guys sit there and criticizing the government for supporting St. Vincent. You guys sit there on your radio station and criticize the government for giving $1 million to the government and people of St. Vincent. And you guys are saying that we can give them what is when our belly full and we'll send the rest for them. The United Workers' Party, through their medium, through their radio station, through their newspapers, and through their gossip columns. That, yes, I have a loose screw. You not loose it. I have a loose screw. You not lose my screw. Mr. Speaker, that is what we're dealing with in this country. I've already said that Dominica is the most vulnerable country in the entire Caribbean. And we should be the last person to hesitate in supporting any country in disaster. I can say that because we have 100,000 there that we gave to the Bahamas in the middle of the COVID period. In the middle of the COVID period, we gave 100,000 to the Bahamas following the hurricane that was there.
Yes. Thank you.
Do we understand that? Now St. Vincent is eking for help. And for all those Dominicans, including the Labour Party, the government, who are seen it fit to collect goods and money and water and whatever we can send, let us send to them. Because we enter the hurricane season. And none of us can predict where we're going to be. And if it's going to be anywhere close to what it was in 2017, then we're going to have a problem. If it was going to be close to anywhere it was in 2015, we're going to have a problem. Danny Luque, the member for Roseau North, Honorable, was in his basement crying for the international community to send him food and water and money. You didn't hear that part either. While you guys there taking issue with the little $1 million we sent to St. Vincent after the hurricane, the member for Marigot said he had how many containers? A trailer of containers from Portsmouth going up to Marigot. Those containers never reached Marigot. I guess they drive under the water on the way to Marigot. That is what it is. So you guys were out there crying, oh, send me some food, send me some water, send me some money, I'm a minister of government. Today, you guys are criticizing government efforts to assist our comrades, our brothers and sisters in St. Vincent. If you have not criticized, what efforts have you made to collect a little water? All the LYO all around the country, in Carissa, we need to talk about how we're going to ship what we have. And all of us here who have LYOs, who have been collecting goods, let us do one joint shipment. Let us put packet. I know I'm the member for Roseau Central. You had a drive, Carissa had a drive, Ed had a drive, Ian have a drive, Pastor Bruce. We, the LYOs, collecting stuff to send to St. Vincent. What efforts have any one of you made? Who have you mobilized to send some supplies to our poor brothers and sisters in St. Vincent?
2 more
at least we had
minutes.
food.
2 more minutes.
Yes, at least we had food. We had food, but they don't have no food.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Honourable Minister be granted an additional 5 minutes to complete his presentation.
So, I mean, that is what it is about.
Seconded.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, it has been moved and seconded that the Honourable Minister be granted an additional 5 minutes. Permission granted additional 5 minutes. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. You are granted an additional 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Senator Maslin, you have to be, I mean, you come in here in the house, young fella and so on, you know. I mean, I know you have your personal challenges. We're not going to deal with me and his partners. We can go back in the toilet and talk. It's very like to talk in the toilet. So, but I mean to say, Mr. Speaker, I mean, you had this jointed contribution. Both him and the Senator Joseph saying everything government should do at a period when he's trying to save lives, my brother. And if it was just for success in COVID alone, we would be marching up and down Roseau beating drums because we have rescued the country, we have rescued people, we have rescued our economy. Do you understand that? Because the cruise ships are due to come in, they want to come in. Yeah, of course it's good, not because you had anything to do with it. Not because you and the United Workers' Party had anything to do with it. It's because the government, the Labour Party government, conscious of the effect and the impact of COVID-19 on the economy. And all we're doing is asking you, please encourage our people to take the vaccination. All we're asking you, we don't want your money. Just encourage the people that you have any influence over. You guys take it in secret and tell your people don't take it. That's what's going on there. They take it in secret while they're discouraging the people from taking it because they believe, Mr. Speaker, that if COVID continues to be a problem, it will be a bad mark against the government and the Labour Party government will be criticized and become unpopular. But no, and we need to thank Dr. Mark and his hard-working staff. We don't do what? One case? Can you believe that? Can you believe what the headlines, international headlines would say? The first country in the world to be COVID-free would be Dominica. And we have an opportunity to be that. If you guys get up on your lazy chairs and your lazy benches. Dr. Daru? Why I've read that one. Get up on all your lazy selves and help the government, help the country in getting rid of COVID-19 so we can get back to some form of normalcy. That is what we want in this country. So we can continue to create the jobs and we can continue to feed our people and we'll have no strikes on the street encouraged and perpetuated by you, that bus drivers will have no reason to be angry because they'll be making their own independent money. That is what we want. That is all we're asking you guys to do. You guys have not supported us for the last 20 years. Nothing we've done, you supported. We called you guys out after Hurricane Erika to join forces with the government to fix the country. You guys didn't show up. In fact, your leader was there hoping that, wanted the PM to tell him, if you die, who you want to run the country. And you want power sharing. So the PM would do 6 months and the other would do 6 months. That is what you guys were pushing. That is what you guys were looking for. And you left this government Canada all on our own. But we didn't disappoint the people. We delivered to the people of Dominica. Because we have leadership. We have wise leadership. I know the member from Marigot not bothered. He on his way out anyway. Because you guys, you were the only one who had any balls, any thing.
No, you can't say that. That's unparliamentary.
I take that back. But you were the only one who had 42. Stand up and tell him that you go for it. And I applaud you for that. I'm proud of you for that. Because at least you are the interest of your party. The only one of you who stood up to him. And instead, all you want to break up all yourself in little pieces. In protest. But this guy is sharp because he's been advised by international crooks and criminals. Rejok and the rest. Publicly. No, the speaker feel like out of order, but I'm giving you evidence. They have a man, a white criminal, went to jail for 4 years for money laundering as a chief advisor to the United Workers' Party. And we're not even going back because it's not part of the supplementary estimate. The deals that were being made on the Al Jazeera tape.
Yes, you can go there. It would have relevance.
I tell you before, I know you're going to stop me, so I'm telling you I'm not going on the Al Jazeera story. I'm not going there. He stopped me, my brother. He stopped me. He stopped me. So, Mr. Speaker, that is what we're being faced. A country that was on its knees within the last 6 months, 6 years, was on its knees 3 times. 2015, it was on its knees. 2017, it was on its belly. And now 2020, it's sitting on its back. That is what we have to face with. That is what this Dominican Labour Party government had to be dealing with for the last 6 or 7 years. While you guys sit down there and just criticize everything, not making a contribution. You criticize old people, you criticize elderly people, you criticize NEP, you criticize housing, you criticize hospital. I mean, you criticize everything. Everything you're criticizing, that cannot be right, Mr. Speaker. And you want to come to the Parliament to do it. But don't worry, debate budget coming up soon. Next couple of months, we'll be debating the budget. That is where we'll make allocations. That is where we'll make allocations. This is And it's not only about unforeseen, you know. You could have a money for a project and the project finish and the project don't finish, you want some more money. You understand? We can add new projects, and we told you guys that because of the COVID situation, we're not sure how long this thing going to last, so we have to budget in a manageable way. And anytime things shape up, like we get in these loans and so on, then we'll continue to invest in the economy. So expect more supplementaries. And this business about is 300 days and 500 days. Senator?
1 more minute.
Yes, Speaker. For these 300 days, we did not come to Parliament. It says these measures have to be brought to the Parliament at the soonest. That's what we stated. But there was no soonest before now, because we could not come to Parliament to debate supplementaries when we had people in COVID centers, when we were looking for this thing that you're looking at, vaccines. When we were ensuring that the poor people of this country had food on their table, Mr. Speaker, how you expect us to come to Parliament and debate a supplementary? We spend the money on the people, and that is what it is. And now we feel that things are a little better, we can come to Parliament. Now we come to Parliament. So the 300 days and 500 days, it's really not an issue. It's not an issue. So, Mr. Speaker, with this very brief intervention, I want to give my full support to the motion, to the measure before the House. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I promise to be very brief, especially having listened to my Honorable Reginald Ostrin. Just to say, Mr. Speaker, in respect to comments made about the Vickers constituency, I don't believe, Mr. Speaker, a lion has any business responding to a mouse. And I therefore, the people of this constituency know me, they know who I am, and I believe that in terms of representation, there's nobody in the world to be able to scare it into the representation to his constituency. And I say so with the greatest of humility. The people trust me, I trust them. They love me, I love them. And they know who have the back, they know who they can rely on, they know who is interested in their welfare and well-being. So I'm not going to go into details of all sorts of nonsensical things I heard earlier tonight. Mr. Speaker, some of the fundamental points in respect to the supplementary appropriation before us. 1, 92% of the $134 million before the Parliament came from local resources, which means revenue generated by the economy, non-tax revenue and tax revenue. And we, in this supplementary appropriation, we only relied on 1% of the $144 million by way of loans. The other important point which the Parliament has to preoccupy itself with is, 1, has the government been able to account for these funds? The answer is yes. 3, were these funds spent on the people of Dominica? The answer is yes. And whether these funds, if you did not spend it, what are the consequences? And would you be a responsible Minister of Finance or responsible cabinet if there are needs and you do not reach out and seek to address the needs of the people? So people who do not have a responsibility to anybody except themselves, and people who do not know how a government functions, can make all sorts of unfounded and malicious and misinformed comments and statements. So these are some of the fundamental questions. There are other questions, but these are the fundamental questions which the Parliament must exercise its mind on. The other thing too, Mr. Speaker, is that people speak about, they have criticized relentlessly, the opposition relentlessly, every policy the government has put in place. You cannot be criticizing something day in, day out, and then say you have no problem with it. The National Employment Program was on the ballot paper in 2019. They said that if they were to come in, then they would change dramatically the NEP. Understand this. So when they come here and they talk about who is not on, who is on, if you think it is a waste of time, why bother yourself who is on and who is not on? And we're not saying that this government is perfect. We're not saying that all government's policies and programs are perfect. But you must be able to point out where you believe that there is a limitation or a shortcoming and suggest ways in which you believe the program can be improved. These are the fundamental questions, Mr. Speaker. And then we talk about, oh, you are helping people build homes and therefore the young people don't have money to build homes. Mr. Speaker, with the program we launched in this current financial year, providing a $10,000 grant to people 40 years and younger, 114 applications have been approved successfully. And 87 of those people have received their payouts, Mr. Speaker. Young people building homes. Because this government made lands at a concessionary rate to many young people. And so in an effort to criticize the government, you must get the facts and speak from a factual standpoint. This is not Facebook, Mr. Speaker. This is not Q95 or a radio program. This is the Parliament. And therefore, when we speak in Parliament, we must speak from a factual standpoint. And if we do not know, then ask the question so response can be given. They speak about, Mr. Speaker, and the other thing, Mr. Speaker, is that you can read, you know. You can be literate. But you must be able to comprehend. This is why at school they had comprehension. You had reading and you had comprehension. They're two different concepts. And so people read and they either maliciously seek to mislead the population or they don't understand what they're reading. The Attorney General quite rightly pointed out in respect to the powers they say that the President has. Mr. Speaker, simply put, in a state of emergency, there are far-reaching authority to the government. This is why a state of emergency has to be carefully taken. You have to be very careful with it because it takes away a number of the rights and privileges of citizens. And so in respect to who is entitled in the event of a state of emergency, Mr. Speaker, it is only when the state takes conveyance of your property, you're entitled to compensation. So in a state of emergency, Mr. Speaker, I can send the Financial Secretary to Auto Trade and take 5 vehicles. Mr. Nassif Khan said, no, we'll simply take the keys and drive out. But we have to compensate him for this. And this is where the President comes in, to make specific regulations in that regard. We can commandeer the Fortune Hotel and put people in there to sleep. But we have to compensate Fortune Hotel. That's what it is. The drafters of the Constitution were not done scats, you know, Mr. Speaker. They were bright people. So simply put, that's how it operates, Mr. Speaker. I hear them criticizing ministers for being farmers. But this is very strange. This is very strange. That I thought that we'll be applauding this so that others can get into growing food and feeding themselves. But when they seek to denigrate or to criticize a noble practice, what is really wrong with us? What is really wrong with us? We operate in, Mr. Speaker, in a world with so many challenges. Minister Austri mentioned about the 3rd and the 4th waves in this country. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, no one knows how long this COVID-19 is going to go, is going to be with us. We all were praying for December 31, 2020 to come, so that we can say goodbye to COVID-19. But 2021 thus far has been worse than 2020 because the problem has compounded. And what have we here in Dominica? What have we here in Dominica, Mr. Speaker? That we are able to pay salaries and pay salaries on time? That we still have been able to spend over $20 million for students studying overseas? That all our safety net programs for 70 and over, public assistance, we have been able to maintain them. No pensioner has not received his pension on time. Everyone. We have paid our debts. Because, Mr. Speaker, we did not sit on our hands. But there are countries which have it even worse than us. That's the reality we confront in the world. There are countries, Mr. Speaker, that can go ahead and print money. We don't have that luxury of printing money. With no obligation to repay it. It's just a matter of printing money and circulating in the economy. We have to borrow if we do not have enough from our locally generated funds. Because this COVID-19 is almost worse than a hurricane, because there's no end in sight. There is no end in sight. And this is why we've been saying that the vaccination program is so important. I mean, a cruise ship was just passing along Dominica shores, then people got excited. People who depend on the cruise dollar know how important it is for us to get back to a state of normalcy. So we can come here and make noise and to say all sorts of things, Mr. Speaker, and fail to address the fundamental issues confronting the Dominican people. Offering no alternatives to this government, offering no sound advice to the government. Whole sets of innuendos. And we have a motion before the Parliament. I do not want to preempt, because it's against the rules to preempt debate. But we have a motion before the Parliament to give parliamentarians back pay. And we'll speak to that at the appropriate time. But yes, Mr. Speaker, we could have said, don't spend these monies. Let's wait for the next financial year. But to whose benefit? To whose benefit? The people of Dominica? No. No. So the fundamental question is, look at the source of the funding, local funds. Look at whether these monies were spent on Dominicans. Look at whether these funds have an impact on the economy. And look and determine if we had withheld those from spending those funds, what would be the implication? What would be the cost? The cost of not doing so. And I want to caution the members of the opposition. You can play your politics, and that's part of the democracy. That's part of the political fight. But we have to be very careful the way we speak about people who benefit from government programs. Today, we all fit and strong and running and walking. Tomorrow we might be home, cannot walk. And we need somebody to come and care for us. And it might very well be an NEP employee who is coming to take care of us every single day. Because, Mr. Speaker, under the National Employment Program, we have about 464 interns as caregivers, providing care to the disabled, providing care to the elderly, and providing care to people who are suffering from cancer and recovering and who cannot help themselves. When a lady goes and have the breast cut up, she can't be lifting up stuff. She can't be cooking. And what do you do when they come to you and say, Mr. Prime Minister or Power Rep, I need somebody to care for me for the 6 months while I recover? I warn these people, you know, that these programs that we have, the NEP, the Yes We Care, the Housing Revolution, these are divine instructions. Never believe that you're criticizing Roosevelt Skerrit, or you can undermine him, or you can take him out of government by criticizing what he is doing for the people of this country. What you do for the least of my brothers and sisters, you do it unto me. The Yes We Care was born out of my visit into La Plaine. La Plaine. The free medical care, the many thousands of Dominicans who could not go to the hospital because of user fees imposed on the country by the then UW government. I introduced this free medical care when I visited the Kananago territory in 2005, 2006. But yes, I am the Prime Minister, and there's only one Prime Minister of the country. Yes. Where's your leader? Where's your leader to lead you, to guide you? You have no leadership, no guidance whatsoever. Zero. Zero. Look at him, look at the Minister of Education. Look at the Minister of Education. Mr. Speaker, you are so do all of us. Look at the Minister of Education. Of course. Really? Really? Senator John Finn, who was then candidate for the UWP and still is, went to Guadeloupe and denigrated the NEP of Good Hope and Petite Soufrière and Saint-Sauveur and Castle Bruce. That's right. The budget comes here, and we do not support it. And when you do not support the provisions of the budget, it means, therefore, you are against the programs presented in the budget. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, they seek to give people an impression in Dominica. People who go out to get help from a government, they make people feel that they're lesser of a human being. And they denigrated the so-called Red Clinic, the Public Assistance Program, now the Rapid Response Agency, not understanding and appreciating the impact this is having on the lives of so many people. You understand, Mr. Speaker? So let us understand this. When we brought on the Yes We Care, they said it's not going to last because Muammar Gaddafi died and only 1 year money he gave us. Muammar Gaddafi died 10 years ago. And the program is going on for 12 years now, Mr. Speaker, by the grace of God. They criticized it. So I want to, this is, you know, we do these things, Mr. Speaker. A lot of these things we do are not for political preoccupations, you know. This is why, as the leader of the Labour Party, and as the leader of this country, I stand by this program because I know and understand how important they are to people of this country. To the people of this country. And when you talk about the NEP, Mr. Speaker, the majority of developed countries around the world have employment programs for young people. In the US, if you go on the US Labor Department website, you will see a whole list of programs they have for young people. In St. Lucia, in St. Vincent, in Grenada, in St. Kitts, all of these people, all of these countries have programs to create temporary employment and skills training and on-the-job experience for many young people. Mr. Speaker, we have in this parliament a prime example of an intern who first started on the National Employment Program in the person of Senator Deputy Speaker Mr. Roll. Here it is. How old are you? 24 years there, about 26 to 26. Deputy Speaker of the House. Formerly NEP intern. There are a number of young people who have graduated out of the program and who are being praised by their employers as being among the best employees in those institutions, whether in the banks or the public-private sector or in the public service. You see, Mr. Speaker, they come here and they say all sorts of things. The moment I start speaking, they have a reaction. But that is what happens, Mr. Speaker, when they do not want to hear the response. That is what they cannot take, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that the money is well spent, Mr. Speaker. Money is well spent. Money is spent on the people of Dominica. And we will continue, Mr. Speaker, to prudently manage the affairs of the state, manage the resources of the state, and be in a position to account for every single cent that is placed in our custody and in our care. And this is why, Mr. Speaker, this government has such high respect among the international financial community. This is why OPEC wrote to me, saying to me, Mr. Prime Minister, we're going to put some money together. And would Dominica be interested? But who the right to? That's how sorting us up. Who the right to? Who the right to? So, okay, they wrote to me as the Minister of Finance. They wrote to me as the Minister of Finance, Mr. Speaker. My friend, I have pride. Yeah. Yeah. Can I respond? Can I respond? Mr. Speaker, people know me. They know I am clothed and I walk in humility, Mr. Speaker. I don't bother with position, Mr. I don't bother with position. I don't bother with Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you come to my home, you'll see me planting my flowers, you'll see me feeding the dogs, you'll see me bathing the dogs. You come to my home, I will serve you, Mr. Speaker. I'll wash dishes, I'll wash my clothes from time to time, because I always know, and I've always accepted, Mr. Speaker, that this is not my home. This is not my home. This is why, Mr. Speaker, I have always said in confidence, I'm the only leader in this country, who continue to challenge his colleagues to rise to the occasion, because at some point, maybe very soon, or sooner than we think, that they could become the Prime Minister of this country. And I encourage them. I give them all of the latitude to be independent and do things. Because that is what this is who I am. I build people up. I encourage them. I will caution them in private. You see what I'm saying? But I came to this business, Mr. Speaker, at age 26, 27. I came in this business to make a contribution. And as fate would have it, Mr. Speaker, as fate would have it, the Lord appointed me as Prime Minister of this country. And it is the Lord who will tell me and will decide, well done, good and faithful servant, go to vehicles and take a rest, and somebody else can take on the battle. But you guys cannot touch the Dominican Labour Party. You guys cannot touch the Dominican Labour Party. You cannot touch the Labour Party. Not you. Not you. No. No. You. Right. My brother, let me tell you. My brother, let me tell you. You see this? That's right. You see this Labour Party, Mr. Speaker? There is no political institution in this world that is more united as a family than this Labour Party. Here's what I'm saying. So, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to manage the affairs of this country. It is very trying and difficult times, but we are persevering. The good thing we have for us going for us, Mr. Speaker, is that we have good friends out of Dominica. We have the vast majority of the population who understands and appreciates what this government is doing for the people of Dominica. And, Mr. Speaker, even those who did not vote for us will tell you, thank God Roosevelt Skerrit is the Prime Minister of Dominica, and thank God Mr. Linton is not. Because they know what we have to deal with, and they know that the opposition doesn't have the capacity to deal with this thing, Mr. Speaker. This is why the vast majority of Dominicans will continue to repose their trust and confidence in this Dominican Labour Party. Because as they say, Mr. Speaker, it is always safer with the Dominican Labour Party. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, yeah. Mr. Speaker, I rise to conclude on the debate before us on the supplementary estimates. Mr. Speaker, I really must admit that my colleagues who contributed to the debate have made my job in conclusion very, very easy, Mr. Speaker, because I believe all of the salient points as outlined in the supplementary estimates was adequately and efficiently handled, and the contributions were timely, were adequate, Mr. Speaker. And of course, the two senior members on our side, the Deputy, first the Deputy and the Prime Minister, has crowned it all off really nicely, Mr. Speaker. So, I mean, it is clear, the Senior Minister, it is clear, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that we have justifiably prosecuted the reasons for the supplementary appropriation. We have shown that every single item on the supplementary appropriation here, Mr. Speaker, has been absolutely justified. And like the Prime Minister said, all of the money spent have been spent in the interests of the people of Dominica, Mr. Speaker, to make their lives better in every single aspect. There is not one aspect of the supplement, not one line item here, Mr. Speaker, that any right-thinking person can say wasn't properly spent. And, Mr. Speaker, we can account for every single cent, which is even more important. Every single dollar spent on behalf of the people, from the investments in the NEP, Mr. Speaker, to the investment in the rapid response. And, Mr. Speaker, some allegations were made that it is only people supportive of the government has been. That's not true at all. In the rapid response, Mr. Speaker, we see that the Treasury was moved at midnight to save United Workers' Party high official, Mr. Speaker, and fly him out, a United Workers' Party candidate, to fly him out to save his life, Mr. Speaker. So when we hear allegations of members saying that it is only the people who support the Dominican Labour Party, Mr. Speaker, who benefit, that is not true at all. We see in housing, Mr. Speaker, that housing, the criteria for housing are for those in need, Mr. Speaker. We do not go about choosing who wear red or who wear blue or who wear yellow, Mr. Speaker. Those in need, and everywhere around Dominica you go, people will tell you, even persons who do not support government will admit that this government has been working in the interest of every single Dominican. But we are not surprised because our motto, our guiding principle in the Dominican Labour Party has always been, is, and will continue to be all shall eat. And this supplementary appropriation shows clearly, is a clear manifestation of that maxim that all shall eat as long as this government continues to be in office. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't really need to go through in detail and to itemize because, like I said, I think that my colleagues have done a great job at it. The Attorney General clearly explained, Mr. Speaker, like the leader of the opposition was trying to allude to the bus drivers being entitled to. I think the AG has clearly, you don't have to be a legal mind to understand what exactly the AG was telling you about. But then again, we see the leader of the opposition time and time again coming here. Once it was 1.2 billion, now today it has reached 2.8 billion, coming back with the same, rehashing the same old arguments over and over again. So, Mr. Speaker, it's late. I don't want to take up any more time. Like I said, I believe that we have prosecuted the case adequately and we have justified the spending that was not catered for in the budget. And I think every single Dominican understands and applauds the government for the work that we continue to do on behalf of the Dominican people. With no further ado, Mr. Speaker, if I can be of no further service to you, I would like to conclude the debate. Thank you very much.
This concludes the debate on the supplementary estimate. The supplementary estimate shall be referred to the committee of supplementary the whole House. House is in House resumes, and I have to report that the supplementary estimates have passed through the Committee of Supply without any amendments. The question is that the estimate for $134,840,142.20 be approved. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled the Supplementary Appropriation Act 2019-2020 be read a third time and passed accordingly. Second.
No.
Supplementary Appropriation 2019-2020 Act 2021.
The bill has been read a first time.
Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Supplementary. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Supplementary Appropriation 2019-2020 Act 2021 be read a second time. Second. Speaker, I move that the bill entitled Supplementary Appropriation Act 2019-2020 Act 2021 be read a third time and passed.
Supplementary Appropriation 2019-2020 Act 2021.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Supplementary Appropriation 2019-2020 Act 2021 be read a third time and passed. We skipped the second reading. So, yeah. Honorable Minister, you need to commend.
That's when we debate.
You need to commend the supplementary estimate before we move there.
You want to go back to that?
Yes.
Okay.
You skip that stage.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I commend the supplementary appropriation bill to the House.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Supplementary Appropriation 2019-2020 be read a second time. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Supplementary Appropriation 2019-2020 Act 2021.
Now, Honorable Minister.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I move the bill shortly entitled Supplementary Appropriation 2019-2020 Act 2021 be read a third time and passed.
Speaker.
Okay. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Supplementary Appropriation 2019-2020 Act 2021 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Supplementary Appropriation 2019-2020 Act 2021.
The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly.
Authorization for credit facility from the International Development Association for funding Government of the Commonwealth of Dominica's COVID-19 Response and Recovery Program. Whereas, by virtue of Section 3.1 of the Loans Act, Chapter 6405 of the 1990 Revised Laws of the Commonwealth of Dominica, the House of Assembly may by resolution duly passed authorize the Minister responsible for finance to borrow money from approved sources or guarantee loans to statutory boards or public corporations for the purpose of financing general development purposes in any foreign currency or currencies. And whereas, since February 2020, government has had to put the necessary infrastructure, human resource, and systems in place to mitigate against the spread of the COVID-19 disease. And whereas the COVID-19 pandemic has negatively impacted economic activity in Dominica, resulting in lower than expected revenues, while government has had to increase expenditure to adequately provide for the health response to the pandemic and sustain livelihoods and the economy. And whereas the October 2020 International Monetary Fund World Economic Outlook envisioned that the negative impact of COVID-19 on Caribbean economies, including Dominica's, will continue into calendar year 2021. And whereas the government needs to secure additional financing to continue to respond to the health, social, economic impact of COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas a sum not exceeding 25 million United States dollars, equivalent to 67,500,000 Eastern Caribbean dollars, is required to support Dominica in its COVID-19 pandemic response and recovery program. And whereas the government of the Commonwealth of Dominica, International Development Association, have agreed to enter into an agreement whereby the government of the Commonwealth of Dominica will contract a credit facility in the sum of 25 million United States dollars, equivalent to 67,500,000 Eastern Caribbean dollars. And whereas this credit facility is the first World Bank Finance Development Policy for Dominica and the first in a series of 2 operations supporting Dominica's COVID-19 response and recovery. This first operation will address the following 2 pillars. 1, saving lives, protecting livelihoods, and preserving jobs. Number 2, strengthening fiscal policies, public financial management, and debt transparency for resilient recovery. Be it resolved that in accordance with Section 3.1 of the Loans Act, Chapter 6405 of the 1990 Revised Laws of the Commonwealth of Dominica, this Honorable House authorizes the Minister for Finance to borrow by means of credit a sum not exceeding 25 million United States dollars, equivalent to 67,500,000 Eastern Caribbean dollars, on the following terms: interest 0.75% to 1.5% per annum, commitment charge half of 1% per annum. Repayment 60 semi-annual installments commencing May 15th, 2031, with a grace period of 10 years and maturity 40 years.
Mr. Speaker, may I just, I probably should have picked this up sooner, but there are 2 references to 1990, one on the front and one on the rear. They should actually be 2017, because we are now operating under the 2017 revised laws. So I would invite the House to make those slight amendments. The first line, on the first whereas, at the end of that line, that 1990 should now be 2017. And on the reverse of that page, the second line, be it resolved, on the second line, 1990, that should be 2017 as well. Just those two amendments.
Mr. Speaker.
Given the government's prudent fiscal management track record, as well as its history of meeting its debt obligations on time, even after the onslaught of Hurricane Maria, the International Monetary Fund, IMF, the OPEC Fund for International Development, the Caribbean Development Bank, CDB, and the World Bank, IDA, all teamed up to provide budgetary support to the government to assist with Dominica's COVID-19 response and recovery. To date, we have received US $14 million from the IMF, $10 million from the OPEC Fund, and $20 million US from the CDB. And on March 18, 2021, the Board of Directors of the International Development Association, IDA, approved of a loan in the amount of 25 million United States dollars, or 67,500,000 Eastern Caribbean dollars, to support Dominica's COVID-19 response and recovery program. Section 3.1 of the Loans Act, Chapter 6405 of the 2017 revised laws of the Commonwealth of Dominica authorizes the minister with responsibility for finance to borrow money or guarantee loans from approved sources or guarantee loans to statutory corporations on behalf of the government for the purpose of financing general development or for other purposes by resolution passed in the House of Assembly. The terms of the IDA loan are as follows: interest rate 0.75% to 1.5% per annum, commitment charge 0.5% per annum, grace period 10 years, repayment 60 semi-annual installments commencing May 15, 2031. This loan has been evaluated in the context of government's medium-term debt strategy and is consistent with the objectives of this strategy. Mr. Speaker, in small countries like ours, government's expenditure is the main driver of economic activity. Many of our businesses and people depend on engagements by government as well as procurement of services by people who are engaged by government in order to survive. Many also depend on the social support provided by government. And we are happy that this government has been able to successfully garner financial resources and implement measures to continue to move the economy in a positive direction, notwithstanding economic challenges globally. We express our deepest gratitude to all of the institutions who continue to work with us, in particularly the World Bank, CDB, IMF, and OPEC Fund. We thank in particular their staff who have made extraordinary efforts to ensure that all of the facilities were made available in quick time. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I commend the resolution to the House for approval. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion is before the House for debate. Yes, I recognize Senator John Finn. Proceed. Your mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to share some of my thoughts on this resolution. But before I proceed, Mr. Speaker, I want to remind us of the session, the seminar that was held with the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. And I remember, in September, I remember one of the speakers, I don't clearly remember which one, but one of them said, and it is written in one of the booklets, the government will have their say, or will have their way, sorry. The government will have their way, but the parliamentary opposition will have their say. Thank you. So I beg you, Speaker, to allow the parliamentary opposition to have their say. Mr. Speaker, let me begin by applauding the efforts.
Senator.
Yes, sir.
Just hold 1 second. Honorable Luge, I have tolerated and really pushed a lot of tolerance where you're concerned. You need to respect the office. I know you might have your own personal issues, but please respect the office of the Speaker. And I said earlier, and you see, that is how the problem really starts. You know. I indicated to you the far overreaching powers of the chair of this House. But if we exercise the power, you're going to be crying. Because there is serious implication. No, but you cannot, I'm getting tired with this disrespect. It's not children, but children would know, children would know to respect authority. No, so just, we need to really put an end to this. Put an end to this. Honorable John, you are again over and over.
Respect the chair and respect the chair. Be a facilitator, my brother.
Senator, proceed. Again, I'm cautioning you guys, and I don't know what is so difficult in just being mature. You know, honorable members, you really need, yes.
Shall I proceed?
Yes, proceed. And also, I want to get an end to this crosstalk when people are presenting.
Thank you,
You are
Mr.
distracting each other.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I want to begin by applauding the efforts of the Ministry of Health and the many frontline workers who have contributed to the management of the COVID-19 pandemic in Dominica. I sincerely thank them for their commitment and hard work. Let me make it clear, Mr. Speaker, that I am in full support of the fight against COVID-19. I will support whatever measures are put in place to save lives and minimize damage to the economy through efficient use of resources, whether loans or grants. I note, Mr. Speaker, the very concessionary terms of the $67 million or EC dollar loan for the COVID response and recovery. But, Mr. Speaker, we know that our country has received some monies, good monies, for COVID-19. And yet, no stimulus package has been granted to suffering Dominicans compared to other island states in similar, or in some cases, worst positions brought about by this pandemic. And also, Mr. Speaker, the partisan manner in which the pittance assistance has been and continues to be distributed. Mr. Speaker, we are living in COVID times, times of crisis. And while persons are being asked to make sacrifices during this pandemic, the wasteful spending by this government is glaring. For example, Mr. Speaker, the decision by the cabinet to rent or lease a building for the Prime Minister at the cost of $67,000 a month, $768,000 a year, while there are still persons living in deplorable conditions under tarpaulins. Poor people are asked to make sacrifices, Mr. Speaker. But do we understand how vulnerable these people are to COVID-19? It was Peter Sands from the Global Fund who wrote, "Without equity, we cannot end COVID-19 or any other pandemic." Mr. Speaker, making efficient use of available state resources is essential in these COVID times. The government is seeking authorization to take a loan of $67 million EC to fund COVID, while there is an oversized cabinet of ministers. Mr. Speaker, the government continues to engage failed and rejected candidates by giving them high-paying jobs during this pandemic, when low-paid employees in the public and private sector are made redundant. Mr. Speaker, efficient management and transparent use of state resources can avoid excessive borrowing, especially in these COVID-19 times. As I said earlier, we have received some money. We have received a lot of money. Yes, I agree that monies were spent in specific areas for specific activities to upgrade facilities, and so on, we know. But considering the amount of money that was received, what has been done, in my opinion, is a drop in the ocean. If, according to the Prime Minister, Dominica is the most transparent country in the Western Hemisphere, prove that you are indeed the most transparent and publish a breakdown of how all the monies received for COVID was spent. And we await that publication. Because, Mr. Speaker, there are still a number of very important things that need to be done during this COVID-19 times. Mr. Speaker, a few questions. Has emergency insurance been instituted for frontline workers? I'm talking about the health care workers, the police officers, the fire officers, customs and port officers, to cater for payment of medicals if any one of them contract COVID-19. And also, Mr. Speaker, to provide financial support to the surviving family in the event, God forbid, any one of them passes during this COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, what about grants? Mr. Speaker, what about grants to replace the wages of employees displaced by COVID-19? Under the Employment and Small Business Program, a few persons got $600 and $400 respectively. But that's not much. The amount, I would say, should be in the region of $1,500 and $1,000, considering, Mr. Speaker, the raging cost of living in this country. they would have been better able to make ends meet in these COVID times. Mr. Speaker, should our hunters who are unable to do any trading overseas be considered for a grant as well? They suffered significant losses from their inability to freely ply their trade. They contribute to Dominica's foreign exchange earnings and significantly impact and increase farmers' financial returns on the produce they sell to these hucksters. I have not heard any mention of them. They deserve some assistance as well. Then, the tourism industry comes to mind. Mr. Speaker, what about the vendors on the bayfront in the Kalinago territory and elsewhere in Dominica? They too were affected by COVID. Have they received any cushioning? Well, the bus drivers got theirs. I'm happy for them. The vendors need theirs as well, and all the others. These are just a few of the suggestions that should be considered by this government going forward during this pandemic. Mr. Speaker, the loan of 67 million EC dollars, some of that money should go towards the suggestions that I made. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, I humbly call on the government to allocate some of these funds to provide financial grants to frontline workers, to pensioners, to small businesses, to truckers, to farmers, single-parent households, and many others who have lost their means of income as a result of the pandemic. And I urge the government, Mr. Speaker, to do it in a non-partisan manner. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be long, but as I end, I wish to stress again the importance of efficient management and transparent use of financial resources to avoid and or reduce excessive borrowing in times of crisis such as this pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Prime Minister, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I'll be very brief. Just to say, I fully support the request before the House, and also to thank the World Bank and the many countries which make up the World Bank, because the World Bank is an institution and it has a board of directors, and they're the ones who make the decisions. So people who represent various countries. So it's really countries that are making a decision. The IDA funds come from various countries, and you have to go through a process, and we have passed all of the tests, the flying colors. This is why they have granted us this loan in these times. And they have granted us this loan, Mr. Speaker, because they know that this administration, they have been able to trust their money, and this is an administration that has been able to account for their monies. And the World Bank has been very helpful during this pandemic period, and we're very grateful to them. And we'll continue, Mr. Speaker, to work with our international partners as we see ourselves through this very trying and difficult circumstance. But you see, Mr. Speaker, this is the House of Assembly, and it is a place where we can banter, but it's a place also where we have to respect the Speaker. And I believe that we owe it to the Speaker's authority to respect it. We may not agree with what he may say, but we have to go according to the rules of the House. And now if we say that we want to go according to the rules of the House and procedures, then we have to understand the fundamental and important role of the Speaker of the House. You see, and then this, I mean, Mr. Lugie, I mean, all the respect to you. I mean, come on, I mean, how old are you? I'm sure, I mean, you might be 60-something years old or close to that. I mean, come on, my brother. I mean, you can't, yeah, Honorable Lugie, fine, okay, Honorable Lugie, right. Yeah, you're right, you know, my brother, because, you know, you're right. You're right. But, I mean, come on. I mean, come on. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, people like to come to the House and make statements without substantiating those statements. Now, Senator John Finn comes here and says about stimulus package other islands gave to their people. Which islands? And which specific stimulus that these islands gave to their citizens? Which? How much? For what? To do what? So you can't come here and make a statement. You're a former school principal. You have to tell students facts. And if you come here to lecture us, you must come with facts, researched. You can't. But it's not true. But it is she who has to present the facts to us, because she can't make an outlandish statement, a blanket statement, and say other countries gave this, other countries did that. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, which other country? How much? What? Their countries, Mr. Speaker, our port, DASPA, has not sent home one person. Though during the COVID-19, DASPA's revenue dropped by 50%. Where is it? And Mr. Speaker, we provided $15 million to the DSS so people can get income support, and there are scores of Dominicans who have gotten income support. It was initially for 3 months. We extended it by 1 year. Farmers under the CERT got cash to help them with farm labor. There are people who got 15,000 on average, 12,000 for 1% for 6 months grace period at the Aid Bank. And we intend to put an additional $6 million there, Mr. Speaker, so that the additional people who applied and who didn't get from the $5 million will get additional amounts. And people who benefited from this facility will tell you it came in very handy. There are people who had loans at 8 and 9 and 10% and had a balance on their loans and went and took that 15,000 and went straight and pay off these expensive loans, so that they now have, instead of 8% and 9%, they now have a loan of 1% to repay. And there are people who are able to restock their businesses. As little as it is, Mr. Speaker, it makes a difference. And when you talk about generosity, Mr. Speaker, there's no party in this country can trump this Dominican Labour Party government for being generous to its people. So this is a non-issue, Mr. Speaker. But is it Christian, Mr. Speaker, that when we have this small business union and we're giving grants to people, they say, oh, Skerrit shouldn't give people grants, free money, they should give them loans. Give them loans, Skerrit shouldn't give them loans, he should give them free money. There are people in there who support the opposition who are saying publicly to give the bus drivers money. Privately, they were telling us, don't give bus drivers money. It's all about a game with the lives of people. We don't log in this government to play games with the lives of the people. This is why, Mr. Speaker, when COVID-19 came about, I made it very clear to the Ministry of Finance that we have to ensure that everybody who is employed with the government must remain employed. Because we recognize, and that's why we elevated the payments of the NEP to that of the payments of national salaries. This is why throughout this pandemic, the NEP has not received their payments late. Because we understand that in difficult times you must maintain the dignity of a human being, that he must be able to bring home and put food on the table of his families. That's what it is. And during COVID time, we had the food box. We were criticized for it. And then we saw islands in the Caribbean taking it on board. There were no less than 3 prime ministers who called me to ask me what are we putting in these boxes? And they replicated it in their countries. Great. And so, as we get some resources, we will ensure that all of the groups in the society are catered for, as we're doing on the agricultural livelihoods program. And the minister indicated in the last several months, over $22 million were passed on to farmers, benefiting from this. And so, Mr. Speaker, this isn't our efforts, this money is before there is an effort to ensure that we can continue to provide for our people in these difficult times. And I think what we should be saying here in the Parliament, instead of all of these peripheral things that are not substantiated in any fact, is to say to the international financial institutions, the World Bank and the membership of the World Bank, of how grateful we are as a Parliament that in these difficult times that we have friends who are looking out for Dominica. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, I have never been a fan of the Washington Consensus based on my ideological views. But I believe that the World Bank and the IMF, with the changes that they have made within those institutions, have demonstrated their understanding, in large measure, of the challenges of small island developing states like Dominica. And the financing mechanisms that they have in place is a reflection of that understanding. And I can say to the people of Dominica that we have cultivated as a government and a country an extraordinary, cordial relationship with the World Bank and its staff and the leadership of the bank, from the president of the World Bank. And I believe that we are developing with the World Bank a case study of how we believe the World Bank can help a developing country overcome its challenges and to grow and expand its economy to address the issues of poverty. There are still challenges inherent in its processes, which we will continue to engage them on and speak to them about. But I believe overall, we can say that they are very responsive and understanding with regards to the needs of small island developing states like Dominica, especially having to face this external shock of this pandemic and still recovering from a natural disaster which impacted over 226% of our GDP. And 2 years before, a tropical storm, 90% of our GDP. And we are still standing as a country. It's because of our strong fiscal policies, and the management of the resources of the state. And Mr. Speaker, I will say something to you, which I had not discussed in the country. The hurricane we're seeing a special process in the Citizen Investment Program. And when Hurricane Maria hit us, we had in excess of $360 million available. That's outside of the International Airport Development Fund. And you know what I wanted to do with some of these monies? My long-term view was to dramatically reduce our national debt. I was starting to pay off about $500 $500 million of our external debt with the CBI funds to give us more fiscal space, reduce our debt to GDP ratio. I was going to try to get our debt to GDP ratio below 50% of GDP and way below the 60% mandated by the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank. To force ourselves to save that which we would have been paying as loans back for this $500,000. But unfortunately, we were hit by Hurricane Maria. And of course, I had, as the Prime Minister, on behalf of the government, reach out to all of us who were struggling and who suffered dramatically as a result of Hurricane Maria. And for us, we speak also now, Mr. Speaker, about the construction of the international airport, the largest infrastructural project in our history. Speaks to the depth of the understanding of the economic realities and imperatives that we're working on. So yes, we're managing COVID-19 and we're addressing all of the attendant challenges, but we have not lost sight of the long-term development of Dominica. Building hotels, building public infrastructure, working towards the construction of international airport, building schools, building health facilities, modernizing the health system. Administratively, through the processes of governance and also the infrastructure. So these monies, my friend, will be properly accounted for, as always. The World Bank will do its own independent audits and will be able to track how the government spent this $67.5 million, like all of our partners have done and continue to do. So people can make all sorts of allegations, they can cast all sorts of aspersions and innuendo, but the fact remains that when these international agencies and institutions come to do their independent audits, they give us 100%. They give us 100%. This is why when opposition elements write to them and make all sorts of allegations, they set it aside because they know this government in Dominica, and they know who leads the government in Dominica, and they know the cabinet of Dominica, that these are men and women that they can continue to trust with their money. And this is what we are. So I really want to thank them. They must be watching. They must be up watching, Mr. Speaker. They always watch us in Dominica from the World Bank. It's late, but they're still watching us. So Tarsin and all my friends at the World Bank, we want to thank all of you at the World Bank. Thank you very much. But I speak on behalf of countries like Antigua and Barbuda. And this unnecessary classification, which prevents countries like Antigua and Barbuda to access funds like this, concessionary loans. As I said to them many times, that they have to review the classification. And in a time when a country like Antigua is facing this huge external shock, to tell me that the international financial institutions are not coming to the aid of Antigua and Barbuda is shameful and unacceptable. And I believe that in times like these, the rules must be relaxed. Because what Antigua and Barbuda is confronting now is not a doing of the government and people of Antigua and Barbuda. It is an external shock that all of us are experiencing. And especially a country that relies over 70% of its GDP on tourism. And we all know what tourism is and has been for the last year. We cannot tell Antigua the additional access to IDA funds and concessionary financing. The international financial institutions should be running to the aid of Antigua and Barbuda and all of the developing countries that have graduated to middle-income country status, Mr. Speaker. So we not only speaking about ourselves, we're speaking about developing countries that are confronting these huge challenges, and that the international financial institutions must relax their rules and to ensure that countries like Antigua and Barbuda can benefit from IDA funds and concessionary financing, so that the government can meet its obligations to its citizens in these very trying and difficult times. I'm sure that my friends at the IMF and the World Bank and the Caribbean Development Bank have heard me as we continue to speak on behalf of all of us in the Caribbean. So I want to say, Mr. Speaker, I fully support the motion, the resolution for the House, and to assure the nation that these funds will be put into good use that will positively impact the lives and livelihoods and the survival of all of us in Dominica, especially those who are most impacted by the coronavirus pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you,
Yes, Honorable John.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to make a short intervention on this resolution before the House. Anytime there is help for the people, I give support to it. Mr. Speaker, genuinely. But the Prime Minister made a very, made a point, a closing remark in terms of ensuring that the funds reach the people in need and we assist them, and that's what we would like to see. And I'm sure that my teacher in her presentation, when speaking about accountability, something is not echoing. Something is accountability. She was speaking along those lines, because we're taking a loan and we have to account to the international agencies. Mr. Speaker, in March 22nd, 2021, the Medical Institute of the Caribbean released a report on the different islands re-COVID-19. And there was a report on Dominica and how much money Dominica received on the, during COVID-19 from about March of last year. Mr. Speaker, we got funding from the World Bank, the Caribbean Development Bank, the International Monetary Fund. I said where we get the information from the Media Institute of the Caribbean. It's online, anybody can look it up and they'll get the information. And they have the breakdowns and PAHO as well. And I think from PAHO and some other agencies you get technical support. But in total it came to about $142 million and to Dominica. And it touched some of the areas where they're looking at the vulnerables in terms of got affected because of the income, about 7,000 under the 7,000 people that we're expecting to touch, that is the World Bank, and also 3,200 farmers. That's what the report states, the breakdown. And it goes back to what we were saying about accountability and transparency. We have not heard that type of breakdown locally, but in the regional media gave us that information, and I also want to give support in terms of the information that they made available to us, that we can get more information. The Prime Minister said that the $67 million will be put into good use. We would like to see people put into good use, reach the hand of the vulnerables. And that is, I want to repeat that because it is important that we are taking a loan of $67 million from the World Bank, and we would like to ensure that this money will be put into good use and it reaches the people in need. There are some people, Mr. Speaker, who they lost everything since COVID because they are self-employed and they will not get the opportunity to go to work, some of them because they have to stay home. We heard the discussion about the bus drivers where some of them had to carry one passenger per row on the bus, and that was a challenge for some of them. Those who work in the hospitality and the tourism industry, most of them are at their homes, because even this morning somebody made a comment about the tourist boat passing through, and everybody was happy to see a cruise boat passing through. And it is important that we understand that there are people in the rural communities who have nothing, and nothing is reaching them genuinely across the board. Equity, and that is where we have a challenge, equity across the board, and we have seen it in some of the areas. I will generalize it. I will not go to different areas. I'm just saying across the board. Let us, our conscience be our guide. We get that resources. Let us ensure that it reaches the hands of some of the people in need. They didn't get in the first set. We got 142 million. About 20 went into technical support. So we had 110 million across there. Resources. It was utilized. Some was utilized in different things to put, to retrofit some areas for COVID. We understand all that. But in terms of the resources that we had to expend to those people in need, I'm hoping that this $67 million, $67.5 million from the World Bank will read that loan, yes, that loan will be utilized to give some of the people in these areas that release. So the members on this side of this house, Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier on, is not against we getting the support, the loan, whatnot. The rates are excellent. We're not against that. What we are saying is that the money should be utilized properly. And that is what I'd like to see across the board. And there should be accountability, transparency. That's what we're asking for, nothing more. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to correct a statement of fact. Really, Member for Salisbury indicated that he read in some publication about funds received by the government, and he said that he hasn't heard this here in Dominica. This is not the case. I addressed the nation many times, and I indicated to the nation we received money from the Caribbean Development Bank. How much? As a matter of fact, there was a resolution here in the House that was approved. We indicated how we're going to be using the funds. There's also the set monies that we had to reprogram from the World Bank. We indicated how much. We said how many farmers we're going to be targeting, the 2,300 farmers we're going to be targeting, the big farmers and the so-called small farmers, and how much each of them would get to help them with farm labor in light of COVID. That is in addition to the fertilizer and the inputs that they're receiving. And when we signed the agreement with the aid bank for the $5 million, we explained where it came from, we explained the conditions, and we explained how many people we possibly will target on this $5 million. When we signed the agreement with the DSS, it's a public event, it was carried live on all medium. We indicated who would benefit, how much they would get, and after this, I addressed the nation. We indicated that we're extending it by another 3 months, and eventually we extended it to a whole year, Mr. Speaker. So we have always indicated, and we've always indicated publicly, that we receive technical assistance from PAHO, and also PAHO has been procuring PPEs and testing kits for us, and they've been very generous and grateful in that regard. So in terms of the good governance principles which the member of Salisbury alluded to, we have met all of these good governance principles of accountability, transparency, and accountability. And in respect to people, we have to be careful we don't make general statements about things. If we as representatives of the people go to our constituencies or go to somebody else's constituency, and we know of somebody who may not have gotten help or who needed help, it is incumbent upon us not to make a general statement if we really want to help the person, but to make specific representation on the person's behalf. And I believe that's where we have to come in, rather than making general statements, because making general statements is not going to help the person who you claim has been overlooked for one reason or the other. And sometimes, Mr. Speaker, people tell us that I haven't gotten, but when you check the records, they've gotten 2 or 3 times. Because it is a culture in Dominica to not tell people your business. And so those who get will remain quiet, and the few who don't get, they make a lot of noise. And so even those who make a noise may have received. But if, and this is not a perfect system, if we know people who are entitled to some kind of benefit, then put it in writing to us. And give us the person's specific circumstance and situation, so that we can reach out to those persons. But it's not fair to the beneficiaries, forget about the government, it's not fair to the people we're talking about, if we're making general statements about their welfare and well-being. And if we have elevated their concern to the parliament, it will be a serious issue. And therefore, let us make representation to them, Mr. Speaker. So that's why I wanted to respond to some points of factual correction in regards to the member for Salisbury. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, thank you very much for your support and your contribution to this debate, and particularly for your passionate plea on behalf of the good people of our sister islands in the Caribbean. This just shows that you are a Prime Minister not just for Dominica, but for the entire region, and we should be indeed grateful. Mr. Speaker, we rebuke wholeheartedly the death of any of our frontline workers. We rebuke wholeheartedly the death of any Dominican. Absolutely. Instead, Mr. Speaker, we ensure the comfort, the protection of our frontline workers, and we treat them with the greatest care and appreciation. Mr. Speaker, it is this type of indifference, that utter disconnection, these prophecies of doom and gloom. That's why the only rejection that happened in our recent history is of a slate of UWP candidates in 2019. We are experiencing the worst pandemic in our recent history, Mr. Speaker. This has changed the way that we work, the way that we learn, the way that we socialize, Mr. Speaker. It has crippled many economies around the world. It has disrupted our lives and livelihoods, and it has taken lives. Praise God, this has not been the case in Dominica. Mr. Speaker, the war on COVID-19 is a global war on humanity, a war that has come at a serious cost. We have had significant victories to date here in Dominica, and we are blessed. We have had no loss of life. We have had only one lockdown, Mr. Speaker. We have been able to pay government workers on time, and we have never missed a payment, Mr. Speaker. We also continue to meet our international debt repayment obligations. Furthermore, we have created avenues to support micro, small, and medium-sized businesses. We have provided income support, assistantship to farmers, assistance to bus drivers, and in due time, we'll be providing assistance to others who have been affected in tourism, the vendors, and so on. Mr. Speaker, to win this war, it comes at a cost, a tremendous cost, that is. With high expenditure and decreased revenue, there is indeed a financing gap, and we need to bridge this gap. There is a statement, a loan is a loan is a loan, and there's also a variant, a debt is a debt is a debt. This certainly is not the case, Mr. Speaker. There is investment debt, and we have consumptive debt. And these two are different in function, principle, and economic effect. In this case, Mr. Speaker, we are leveraging financial resources at low interest rate, 0.75 to 1.5% to make capital investments. That investment, Mr. Speaker, is for saving lives, protecting livelihoods, and preserving jobs, strengthening fiscal policies, public financial management, and debt transparency for resilient recovery. We are investing in current and future productivity of our people, for our institutions, and for our country. Mr. Speaker, we cannot play games with the lives of people of Dominica. We cannot act like we care. Governance is not about sound bites. It's not about scoring points. It's not about sounding smart, Mr. Speaker. You cannot take interest in governance only a few hours before Parliament, Mr. Speaker, in an attempt to excite your base. Governance is about planning, provisioning, implementing, accounting, monitoring risk, and responding to creating policy, implementing and taking actions, all focused on security and growth of our people. This loan is merely a response, a capital investment in our people and our institutions. Mr. Speaker, this government is aware of mathematical and macroeconomic models and projections. I'm a math and science student, so I respect that. But we are also aware of human behavior and the impacts of human behavior on the economy and vice versa. Mr. Speaker, you heard the IMF World Economic Outlook of October of 2020, where they predicted slower than normal performance. There was also an update earlier this month. Although highly uncertain, but there was slight upward performance was expected. But this does not just fall in your lap, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't come by if you sit and do nothing. It's congruent with our vaccination drives, strong policies, preemptive and progressive decision-making, adapting our economic activity and fiscal support and fiscal strengthening. Mr. Speaker, we don't just sit and wait for macroeconomic projections. We listen to people. We hear their cries. We hear their concerns. We talk to them. We hear their considerations. We factor in real human behavior in our policies, Mr. Speaker. This government is about people and their sensibilities and providing security for our people. So when people feel the pinch, Mr. Speaker, we know we have to act and act now. So when, Mr. Speaker, there is a financing gap, and this exists for many economies worldwide, the worst in 100 years, Mr. Speaker, there is no reservation on our part to invest in our people, to restore the tourism sector while protecting public health. Mr. Speaker, this Labour Party government believes in giving flowers and breathing life into people while they are alive. We believe in supporting and boosting our people and their productivity. We know and we trust that these very same people, our hardworking people, our hardworking Dominicans, are the ones turning the gears and the wheels of this economy. These are the farmers, the fisher folks, Mr. Speaker, vendors, tour operators, bus drivers, manufacturers, teachers, police, healthcare workers, all those in the public and private sector, you name it. So we will continue to create and implement policies in the interest of our good people. Mr. Speaker, this low-interest capital investment is truly timely, and the good people of Dominica will benefit immediately. As usual, we continue to administer the country's finances with prudence, good intention, and accountability, so entrusted in us to improve the livelihood of our people. I wish to encourage all Dominicans in the fight against this dreaded virus to continue with our adherence to the protocols. Get vaccinated. Let's support the government, a government that has proven time and time again that we are able to lead, and to lead by example with excellence, with focus, even against the most adverse and extraordinary circumstances. We want to thank the World Bank and all funding partners and agencies for their responsiveness and their continued partnership with us. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I yield. Thank you.
This concludes the debate on the motion. I will now put the question. Be it resolved that in accordance with Section 3.1 of the Loans Act, Chapter 6405 of the 2017 revised Be it resolved that in accordance with Section 3.1 of the Loans Act, Chapter 6405 of the 2017 revised laws of the Commonwealth of Dominica, this Honorable House authorizes the Minister for Finance to borrow by means of a credit a sum not exceeding 25 million United States dollars, equivalent to 67,500,000 Eastern Caribbean dollars on the following terms. Interest, 0.75% to 1.5% per annum. Commitment charge, half of 1% per annum. Repayment, 60 semi-annual installments commencing May 15, 2031. Grace period, 10 years. The maturity, 40 years. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The motion has been approved.
Mr. Speaker, a resolution for ending the economic, commercial, and financial blockage imposed by the United States of America against Cuba and the removal of Cuba from the list of state-sponsored terrorism. Whereas the United Nations General Assembly in Paris on 10th of December 1948, that's the General Assembly Resolution 217A, proclaims, and I quote, "This Universal Declaration of Human Rights as a common standard of achievement for all peoples and all nations, to the end that every individual and every organ of society, keeping this declaration constantly in mind, shall strive by teaching and education to promote respect for these rights and freedoms, and by progressive measures, national and international, to secure their universal and effective recognition and observance, both among the peoples of member states themselves and among the peoples of territories under their jurisdiction," close quote. And whereas Article 1 reads, again I quote, "All human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. They are endowed with reason and conscience and should act towards one another in a spirit of brotherhood," close quote. And whereas Article 2 reads, again I quote, "Everyone is entitled to all the rights and freedoms set forth in this declaration, without distinction of any kind, such as race, color, sex, language, religion, political or other opinion, national or social origin, property, birth, or other status. Furthermore, no distinction shall be made on the basis of the political, jurisdictional, or international status of the country or territory to which a person belongs, whether it be independent, trust, non-self-governing, or under any other limitation of sovereignty," close quote. And whereas we recognize but respect that the political system of the Commonwealth of Dominica and that of the Republic of Cuba are different, and hold true to the policy of non-interference in the internal politics of any nation. And whereas the people and government of the Republic of Cuba have significantly contributed globally in health services, education, and the fight against injustice over the last 40 years. And most recently, the Cuban people have manifested their selfless nature in helping in the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic regionally and internationally in well over 40 countries throughout the world through the Henry Reeve International Medical Brigade. And whereas the United States of America initiated an economic blockade on Cuba since 1962 and placed Cuba on the list of state-sponsored terrorism again in 2021. And whereas the blockade has significantly damaged the Cuban economy, with accumulated damages estimated to be US $144 billion over 6 decades, and this blockade has caused more harm than good to the ordinary citizens by preventing them from enjoying their basic human rights and dignity. Furthermore, the unilateral action of placing the Republic of Cuba on the list of state-sponsored terrorism by the USA has increased the country's difficulties in entering trade and carrying out financial operations, which we view as counterproductive, and has exacerbated the plight of the Cuban citizenry on the brink of basic human survival. Be it resolved that this Honorable House, 1, in the recognition of the alienable human right of the citizens of Cuba, call on the cessation of the economic, commercial, and financial blockage imposed by the USA against Cuba, and recommend that in the interest of brotherhood, that the initiative started by the Obama-Biden administration be rekindled. And 2, in the spirit of encouraging regional and international cooperation, we strongly condemn the policy action taken by the USA and recommend that Cuba be removed from the list of state-sponsored terrorism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Someone have a second? Seconded, Mr.
I saw it. Huh? Oh, okay. Yeah, hold on. The minister, do you have any statement to make first before we open for debate?
But before I begin, Mr. Speaker, I implore the permission of this Honorable House, in my capacity as Minister of Foreign Affairs, to add my voice of condolences and solidarity with the government and people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Mr. Speaker, I perhaps understand the enormity and gravity and emotional turmoil of the current situation probably a bit better more than anyone else in this Parliament, especially as it pertains to evacuation and possible relocation, having lived and experienced tropical South America over 6 years ago. But, Mr. Speaker, like my colleagues before me, I would like to reassure the government and beautiful people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines that they are not alone. And if anything has been learned from the recent challenges of COVID-19 and the other recent natural disasters, it would be that the fortitude of the Caribbean people and region has been grossly underrated, and the solidarity and love that exists between the sister countries is still very much alive, Mr. Speaker. And we will never leave them stranded, even if there was a loud cry from the opposition to not assist them. We will never leave them stranded, Mr. Speaker. So, Comrade Ralph Gonzalez, to put it in local parlance, speaking on behalf of Roosevelt Skerrit and the vast majority of Dominicans, that's not how we roll. That's how the opposition roll. That's not how we roll, Mr. Speaker. I would like to also thank you and this Honorable House, Mr. Speaker, for allowing the entry of this resolution on the order paper. And although the resolution in itself is pretty self-explanatory, it would be remiss of me if, in addition to putting forward the resolution, I did not share a few thoughts with this Honorable House, Mr. Speaker, especially given my historic link with Cuba, having spent 7 exciting and, of course, enlightening years there en route to me attaining my medical degree, for which myself, together with hundreds of other Dominicans, Mr. Speaker, will be eternally grateful, including my colleague, Member of Parliament in his Honorable House, the Honorable Dr. Ardis King, the Member of Parliament for the St. Joseph constituency. Mr. Speaker, the government of the Commonwealth of Dominica has and will continue to embrace the government and people of the Republic of Cuba as a fellow member of the United Nations, the Community of Latin America and the Caribbean States, CELAC, and the Bolivarian Alliance, for the People of America, ALBA, and of course as a sister nation within the Caribbean Basin. For over 39 years, the governments and peoples of both nations have enjoyed strong cultural and political ties and solidarity in a number of areas of cooperation, especially in education, health, and sports. Mr. Speaker, and one cannot put a dollar figure to the contribution of Cuba to not only the Commonwealth of Dominica, but to the wider world, including a number of mature so-called first world economies. On this note, Mr. Speaker, we extend congratulations to the Republic of Cuba on the nomination of the Henry Reeve International Medical Brigade of doctors specializing in major disease and epidemics for the Nobel Peace Prize, Mr. Speaker. We think that this is a fitting recognition of the sterling work that Cuba has done in providing support across the world to countries confronting pandemics and natural disasters. This Cuban Medical Brigade, Mr. Speaker, has been a true example of health diplomacy and genuine internationalism, and a true embodiment of the term being our brother's keeper. And we hope that the world is taking note. We salute Cuba for its humanitarian assistance to over 40 countries, including Dominica, who have received immeasurable benefit from the supportive work of Cuban doctors, nurses, and other healthcare professionals, particularly in this critical period of addressing the COVID-19 pandemic. And may I add, Mr. Speaker, prior to COVID-19, we saw these very same Cubans, this very same brigade on the front line in West Africa fighting Ebola, Mr. Speaker, when very few other health workers dared to venture, Mr. Speaker. And this opinion is not only being echoed here, it has been echoed globally. In fact, it has been formally supported by 18 members of the House of Lords, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about the nomination of the Henry Reeves International Medical Brigade for the Nobel Peace Prize. It is in light of this, Mr. Speaker, and all the other humanitarian interventions undertaken by the Republic of Cuba, that we reiterate our call to end this 60-year-long unfair and unjustifiable blockade against the Cuban government and people, Mr. Speaker. And despite being substantially disadvantaged by this blockade, Cuba continues to reach out to support others. And if this crisis has shown us nothing else, it must have shown us how vulnerable we all are and how life as we know it can change in an instant, no matter how rich and powerful we think we might be. And we therefore call, and we will continue to call, for a change of policy on this matter. Mr. Speaker, the government of the Commonwealth of Dominica unreservedly opposes the extraterritorial enforcement of national legislation that demonstrates disregard for and undermines the sovereignty of other states without the authorization of the United Nations. These unilateral actions are contrary to the Charter of the United Nations, international law, and customs and principles of non-interference in the internal affairs of other states, and we view with grave concern the decision to fully apply Title III of the Helms-Burton Act with its subsequent negative consequences. And we strongly reiterate the call for an end to the economic, commercial, and financial embargo imposed by the United States of America against the Republic of Cuba, an action that over the past 63 years have done extreme damage to the Cuban people, resulting in billions of dollars in loss of revenue. Mr. Speaker, in closing, this resolution seeks to assist in the call for the return to the well-established process of dialogue and diplomacy as core strategies for the resolution of outstanding issues between members of the international community. And we are of the view that the negative impact of the blockade has intensified, and it is particularly cruel in the midst of confronting the COVID-19 pandemic, since it will deprive the people of Cuba of the necessary supplies to treat this dreaded disease. Mr. Speaker, the government and people of the Commonwealth of Dominica urge that due consideration be given to the call by the vast majority of the international community to put an end to this embargo. And we are asking that good sense and humanity prevail over the historical and philosophical differences, because this is what this is all about, historical and philosophical differences. And we are requesting that dialogue and compromise to be given pride of place in filling this great gulf that exists between these two important hemispheric neighbors of Dominica. I thank you very much.
The motion is before the House for debate. Yes, I recognize the Honorable Daniel L. Luge. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. impose a 6-decade blockade on Cuba is very unjust, and it would be remiss of me not to support that motion. I'm hoping with the change of administration in the US under President Biden, that good sense can prevail. Cuba has been a friend of Dominica for several decades, and even with the advent of Maria, I've seen some of the workers. I know of the work, of the Cuban professionals, and in the spirit of they being a great friend to Dominica. And I think we have a greater responsibility. I know in this House, you might hear later on, even in this session of Parliament, that we did not support this motion, but that is not so. We will overlook that pettiness, but we look at the bigger picture and recognize that Cuba have been very good to us, and as a result of that, I'm saying that I'm in support of the motion to end the almost 6-decade blockade of the United States government on Cuba. So I support the motion.
Yes, Honorable King, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to pledge my full support to the resolution before the Honorable House. Mr. Speaker, surely an embargo against the good people of Cuba imposed by a foreign country which prohibits trading activities with Cuba is the highest level of infringement of the basic human rights of a people. As human beings, we should all stand against this measure, which has brought nothing but suffering to the innocent people of Cuba. Mr. Speaker, el bloqueo, this blockade, dates back 6 decades. Imagine Cubans being affected over 60 years. Imagine the people of Cuba struggling, not being able to export the best tobacco in the world to the most lucrative market of tobacco. We all know how much the American people crave the Cuban tobacco, that there's this illegal trade going on. So imagine the amount of revenue that can be derived from that. Imagine not being able to raise much needed revenue needed to run a country and to take care of the basic needs of the citizens. And yet, that's what the people of Cuba suffer. Mr. Speaker, you know that the Prime Minister says every day that when you say things about Roosevelt's carrot, you do not attack him, you attack the poor people of this country that he helps. I can compare that to Cuba. While the authorities who put this embargo in place think they're attacking the government of Cuba, really and truly, they're attacking the poor people of Cuba. It affects the poor man on the ground every day. Yet, this country continues to stand with many other countries in the region and the world, providing assistance with their limited resources. They have helped us in health, in education, among other things. Cuba is always there. Mr. Speaker, I have witnessed firsthand the impact of this blockade on the economy of Cuba. It is heart-wrenching. It is evident that as you travel around this island, you can see how this country named Cuba was once a vibrant country with a vibrant economy, and now they are so heavily impacted over 6 decades. Mr. Speaker, We cannot talk about human rights and not talk about the people of the Republic of Cuba. We cannot stand here as a government, as a people, and turn our heads while a Caribbean country struggles. We cannot remain silent and hope that somebody someday will make a difference. It was Gandhi who said, "Be the change you wish to see in the world." End of quote. So today, I stand in solidarity with my Cuban family, and I request politely that this illegal embargo be removed, and also that Cuba be removed from the list of state-sponsored terrorism. Mr. Speaker, I know the world is listening. Are we truly listening? Do we acknowledge the tremendous contribution that Cuba continues to provide to countries, especially in the area of healthcare? Ebola in West Africa, Cuban doctors are there. And now with COVID-19, Cuban doctors everywhere, providing much needed support to our health systems worldwide. Mr. Speaker, we owe the compassionate government and people of Cuba a huge debt. There is no better way than to call on those responsible to free the economy of Cuba and please give the people an opportunity to trade freely in this world market. Mr. Speaker, it's late, so I will end here. But I just want to reiterate that I am in full support of this resolution before the House. I thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to end my personal support to this historic resolution before the House. It is the first time the Parliament is passing on such a resolution. But every year at the United Nations, such a resolution is brought before the floor of the United Nations. And at the United Nations, every country which is a member of the United Nations continues to support the call for the removal of the blockade against Cuba, except 3 countries, sometimes 2, sometimes you may have 3, who support keeping the blockade. Now, the world is united and CARICOM is united on the fact that this blockade is unjust, it's inhuman, and it should be removed without hesitation. The whole of Europe, entire European continent, is in support of the removal of the blockade. So, and many polls have shown, even in the United States of America, the vast majority of the United States population supports the removal of the blockade. And even former presidents will tell you that they would have liked to remove the blockade themselves. President Obama, to his credit, made certain important decisions in seeking to normalize relations. They exchanged ambassadors for the first time. And the businesses, American businesses established themselves in Cuba and vice versa. And I think that brought some relief to the world. We would have liked for President Obama to have gone further, but we understand the realities of governance and decision making. But we applauded then those decisions taken by President Obama. And what we're simply saying here is that, of course, current President Biden was Obama's vice president, and that we're asking the United States to return to the initiatives taken by the Obama-Biden administration as a step towards removal of the blockade. Clearly, the people of Cuba have suffered extensively over the years, over 62 years, and of course, the whole of humanity has suffered over the years. And we're not in this parliament supporting this resolution because of the scholarships which Cuba has given to us, or the medical doctors, the brigades that they have sent to us. We support this resolution, and certainly in the Dominican Liberal Party, as a matter of principle, because we believe in the fundamental right of self-determination by countries, and for every man, woman, and child to be treated as equal, and to be given the God-given right to live a peaceable life, and to not deny any person of access to basic rights that all humans all over the world are entitled to. So we support this resolution, and of course the idea of placing Cuba on the list of state-sponsored terrorists is really unfortunate. There is no evidence of it. It is simply to embarrass the government of Cuba politically and internationally, and really is a name and shame situation. What Cuba has been doing is to send medical brigades to help countries around the world, and especially during this COVID period. And so this is not an ideological debate. It is not a debate that Dominica or this parliament is against the United States, or that we love the Cubans more than the United States, or love the United States less than the Cubans. No, that has nothing to do with that at all. It is steeped in entrenched principles that all of us in the world should have. This is why this government never supports embargoes. It will never support sanctions, because at the end of the day, sanctions hurt the most vulnerable among us in the society. And we have a duty and obligation to ensure at all material costs that the least among us are provided for and not denied access to health care, access to education, access to basic housing, and the right to move freely among the nations of the world. And so, Mr. Speaker, I support this resolution, and to say to the Cuban people, and to say to Cuban people, and to the whole world, todos unidos, hasta la victoria siempre. Todos unidos, hasta la victoria siempre.
Yes,
and
you have
long
to
live
interpret.
the legacy of President Fidel Castro and the revolutionary people of Cuba, that one day, in our lifetime, we will see the removal of the unjust blockade against the Cuban people that has affected them for over 62 years and affected the world. And so, Mr. Speaker, all together until victory forever. So that is what todos unidos hasta la victoria siempre means. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Honorable Prime Minister, thanks your colleagues, and thank you, Honorable Danny Logie. Not often we agree on something. It's nice to see we ending tonight on Thank you, colleagues, for supporting this resolution. And as we mentioned, this over 50 years blockade against the people of Cuba has brought tremendous hardship to the population. And I mean, those of you who visit as tourists, you might not appreciate the things that the Cuban population have had to do to survive these 6 decades. But people like myself, Dr. King, who would have spent 7 years there, okay, would have seen the will of the Cuban people allowing them to survive these 6 decades or so of economic blockade and hardship. So let me just thank everybody for supporting this blockade, and we hope that the international community will not just say it, as the PM mentioned, that every year they support the removal of the blockade, but they would have the political will and testicular fortitude to finally do what they have to do to see the lifting of this blockade. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah.
I myself, it would be remiss of me not to make a comment on this matter. I think it's a matter out of principle that I would like to place on this parliamentary record that as the Speaker of the House, that I totally support the resolution before it is passed. And it's just a matter of principle of basic human survival. I think every human being deserves the right to survive. And therefore, I support the resolution fully. So this concludes the debate on the motion. I will now put the question. Be it resolved that the Honorable House, that this Honorable House, 1, in recognition of the inalienable rights, human rights of citizens of Cuba, call on the cessation of economic, commercial, and financial blockade imposed by the USA against Cuba, and recommend that in the interest of brotherhood, that the initiative started by the Obama-Biden administration be rekindled. 2, in the spirit of encouraging regional and international cooperation, we strongly condemn the policy action taken by the USA and recommend that Cuba be removed from the list of state-sponsored terrorism. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The motion has been approved.
Mr. Speaker, a resolution to amend the standing orders of the House of Assembly in the Commonwealth of Dominica to expressly provide for the entitlement of payment of salary of an elected representative and/or a senator to be calculated from the day after the poll at which he or she is elected, or the day after the date on which he or she is appointed, as the case may be. Whereas the practice of this Honorable House has hitherto been to calculate the entitlement of payment of salary to elected representatives from the date upon which the elected representative subscribed to the oath of allegiance or affirmation of allegiance before this Honorable House. And whereas no express provision is made in the standing orders of the House of Assembly, statutory rules and orders number 35 of 1986, SRO 35 of 1986, for the date from which the entitlement to payment of salary of an elected representative is to be calculated. And whereas pursuant to Standing Order 87-1, SRO 35 of 1986, it is provided that in any matter not provided for in the said standing orders, resort shall be had to the usage and practice of the House of Commons of the Parliament of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and shall be followed as far as may be applicable to this Honourable House, and is not inconsistent with these standing orders, nor the practice of this House. And whereas the practice of the Parliament of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, which provides for the entitlement to payment of salary of elected representatives to be calculated from the day after the poll at which he or she is elected, and whereas this practice of the Parliament of Great Britain and Northern Ireland is inconsistent with the practice of this Honourable House, and is accordingly not directly applicable to this Honourable House, this House now deems that the practice of the Parliament of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, which provides for the entitlement of payment of salary of elected representatives to be calculated from the day after the poll at which she or he is elected, should be applied in the Honourable House. And whereas this Honourable House also deems it fit and proper that the entitlement of a senator should similarly be calculated from the day after the date on which she or he is appointed, and whereas this Honourable House is desirous that the standing orders of the House of Assembly should be amended to expressly provide for the entitlement of payment of salary of an elected representative and of a senator to be calculated from the day after the poll at which she or he is elected, or the day after the date on which she or he is appointed, as the case may be. Be it resolved that this Honourable House now determines and declares that with effect from the commencement of this, the 10th Parliament, under the Commonwealth of Dominica Constitution, the entitlement of payment of salary to elected representatives and senators shall be calculated from the day after the poll at which the elected representative is elected, or the day after the date on which the senator is appointed, as the case may be. And be it further resolved that, pursuant to Standing Order 85 of the Standing Orders of the House of Assembly, the said Standing Orders of the House of Assembly be amended by the insertion of a new Standing Order 3A to expressly provide for this new date of calculation of entitlement to payment of salary for elected representatives and senators, with effect from the commencement of this, the 10th Parliament, under the Commonwealth of Dominica Constitution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
On the motion.
Speaker, we're here really because, Mr. Speaker, there are some former members of this House of Assembly and current members of this House of Assembly who made inquiries to both the clerk of the House and the Speaker of the House of Assembly in respect to their payments after the elections. So we had Mr. Edison James, who made representation, and we also had Mr. Prevost, who made representation, and as former members of the Parliament. And we had Mr. The member for Salisbury, the honourable member for Salisbury, and also the honourable member for Roseau North, who made representation, who made inquiries to the clerk and the Speaker of the House in respect to their remuneration and their salaries. They claim that the salaries should be paid the day after the poll, as opposed to the payments from the day of the oath of allegiance in this honorable house. Now, just to make it clear to this honorable house and to the nation, that it has always been the practice of this honorable house, always, whether in time of even back as Chief Minister and Premier, but I will take it from our independence in 1978 and the new constitution in 1978. So whether it was Mr. Patrick John's government, whether it was Mr. O.J. Seraphin's government, whether it was the 15 years of the Eugene Childs government, or the 4.5 years by the UWP and this current administration, Mr. Speaker, members of parliament and senators, their salaries commence, the payment of the salaries commence on the day of the oath of allegiance in this honorable house. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, the records will show that Mr. Charles Savary, who was then the elected member for Roseau Central, there was a court challenge of Mr. Savary's election, and he was not paid not until after the courts set aside the challenge to his election. So that is the basis of why we're here this evening. And when you look at the practice in Great Britain and Northern Ireland, it is the day after the polls. But our rules there are different. And therefore, it was advised by the Attorney General, which we agree, that it is the Parliament that should set that procedure in respect to when the salary should begin, and that the clerk of the House and or the Speaker or the executive doesn't have such authority to instruct the votes people to pay the salaries to senators and elected members the day after the poll. And this was further complicated by the fact that we had two former members of parliament who themselves were also indicating that they should have gotten paid. So in the case of Mr. James, who was in parliament from 1990, a claim was being made way back to 1990, 1995, and 2000 and 2005. And then, Mr. Speaker, if the clerk of the House and the Speaker would have taken that decision, then you understand you would have opened a Pandora's box. And then there would be a serious complication of the system, because every parliamentarian from 1978 would have to be dealt with in terms of their salary, in terms of their gratuities, in terms of their pension, because the numbers, there will be a cascading impact of this. So it was felt that come to the Parliament with a resolution and present and seek parliamentary approval to amend the standing orders, Standing Order 85, to insert a new standing order 3A to expressly provide for this new of calculation of title to pay for salary for elected senators with effect on the commencement of this, the 10th Parliament, on the Commonwealth Constitution. What means, Mr. Speaker, that the payment of your salary as an elected member of Parliament will be from this Parliament, this 10th Parliament, this current Parliament, will be from the day after the poll. And if you're a senator, it will be the day after you got appointed. So there's some little back pay, Mr. Speaker, some little reimbursements for some, a little stimulus, if you want to put it that way, for some, Mr. Speaker. in this COVID period. So this is before Parliament. I wanted to give this context as to why we're here, and to say that it is before the Parliament for its determination. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
The motion for the House for debate.
Somehow, Mr. Speaker, I thought that we would be looking at a special committee. Is seconded? I thought the Speaker just said...
No, that's an error. Somebody had to second it first.
So you should tell him that.
So,
Yeah.
are you seconding it? The motion?
No, well, you only now asking that.
Yeah.
I was doing my debating. Yeah? No, I can't second because I have some points to make. You know?
No, you can second it and start the debate.
Yeah?
You can second it and start the debate.
No. Well, I have some concern. In the form that it is, I have some concern. So that's why.
Okay, so let somebody second it and then the debate can...
Indeed, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
the motion is before the House for debate.
Yes. Somehow, I had the impression that we would have a special committee where we would sit down and look at it and look at the historical context of how that debate really started. But what I will do, Prime Minister Skerrit, the Honorable Prime Minister, spoke about a letter from Honorable Edison James. So, Mr. James, as it were, was the quote-unquote whistleblower in terms of that, what he deemed a deficiency in terms of payment for parliamentarians. And to give a little context, I'll just read a little bit of the letter that he wrote at the time, with your leave, Mr. Speaker. April 30th, 2015. He's saying that I was first elected to the Parliament on 20th May 1990. I therefore became entitled to payment of salary and allowances from 29th May 1990. When the Parliament was dissolved on 6 November 2014, so he jumps to 2014, I was the elected member for the Marigot constituency. The ensuing general election was held on the 8th December 2014. I was therefore entitled to payment of salary and allowances up to the 7th of December 2014. In support of the foregoing, I refer to the standing orders of the House of Assembly, in particular standing orders SO 87, the ruling of the Privy Council in the matter of Sharma and others versus the Attorney General of Trinidad and Tobago, and the relevant section Erskine Mayes on the law, privilege, proceedings, and usage of Parliament, 21st edition, page 19, which is set out below, and it quotes, "The salary of a member becomes payable when he takes the oath or makes the affirmation required by law and begins from the day following the day on which the poll is held. A member who has not taken the oath within 6 months of the return of his right to the clerk of the Crown is not entitled to claim any salary prior to the date when he takes the oath. A person who is a member at the time of dissolution of Parliament continues to receive salary until the end of the day of the poll in the consequent election. The payment of remuneration is not provided for in the standing order of the Dominica House of Assembly and therefore can only be dealt with in accordance with the usage and practice of the Commons House of Parliament of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. And finally, it is therefore the case from the aforementioned references that remuneration of elected members becomes due and payable from the day after the day on which they were elected in any general or by-election, although actual payments is not made until the oath is taken. So, from the arguments brought forward by Honorable Edison James, he is saying that he feels that he has entitled to his salary. And I think it would be a disservice to an ex-parliamentarian. He raised the matter. I call him a whistleblower, quote unquote. And if we are to only consider the 10th Parliament, we'll be locking out Mr. Prevost, we'll be locking out Mr. James, we'll be locking out Mr. Green. So, I said I would in a small debate. However, I wish to suggest that these former parliamentarians be considered, because the 10th Parliament, as I said, if it has an effective date, would lock them out of the process of any benefit. So that would be my presentation.
You're not giving consideration, you also give consideration, because when you go to the 9th Parliament, the question asks, go to the 8th. Somebody's going to ask, well, I was not there for the 8th, but I was there for the 7th. Yes. You see what I'm saying? The reality is, it is not a situation where the practice has been inconsistent. In a situation where in the 8th Parliament, you were paid from the day after the poll, and then in the 9th Parliament, it changed. The reality is there has been a consistent application of this situation where you only get paid in the House of Assembly of Dominica the day that you take, on the day that you subscribe to the oath of allegiance or the oath of affirmation. So this is not about any personality. So we have to be careful of making it about a personality, because the reality is Austria was impacted in 1995. You see what I'm saying? And then Urban Barron would have been affected in 1990. Matthew Walter would have been also affected in 1995, 95 as well. And the list goes on. Pierre Charles would have been affected in 1985, 1990, 1985 as senator. First, you see what I'm saying? We'd have to pay to the estate of Mike Douglas, may his soul rest in peace, and Rosie Douglas. And so it is not a situation where there was an inconsistent application of this practice, where you skipped, and therefore you're seeking to connect the dots. The reality is that there has been a consistent application, and so the question is, how far back do you go? And so if the Parliament now is seeking to address a particular situation, the question is, when would be the best time to start? One could very well argue that you should start in the 11th Parliament. But because it is so early in the term of the 10th Parliament, we are of the view that it might be more pragmatic and practical to give consideration to its commencement, because you are making the amendment now to give the commencement to the 10th Parliament to avoid any challenges attendant. So it is not a situation where any one of us, because I'm also in this as well, because you'd have to give me a little something when I came in 2000, because we were appointed late. You see what I'm saying? So it is not a situation where people were denied or people's property were taken from them, or they were denied their rightful property, where you now have to reimburse or give to people their rightful property. No. What we're seeking to do there is to determine how do you treat in respect to the commencement of the date of the payment of salaries to elected members of Parliament and senators. So it's not a situation where somebody is entitled and you're seeking to give them back the money, and therefore Parliament has to do so. So I would caution, I understand what you said, Member for Rosenhoff, but I would caution about how going beyond the 10th Parliament. You see what I'm saying? There are whole set of complications that the Parliament would now have to treat with. And so the cleanest and the neatest way to go about, and the clinical way to go about this, is to start with now, going forward, rather than going backward. Because if you go back, you have to go back till up to 1978, and not just to the 9th Parliament or even the 5th Parliament. You'll have to go to the 1st Parliament. And then even Brother OJ, you'll have to take care of Brother OJ too. You know, Brother OJ lead the way. You have to very well lead the way in that regard. So you're going to go back you open up Pandora's box. So I believe, I empathize with the point you're making. I mean, this gentleman serve the country, they serve the Parliament, and no, I understand. So, no, I don't. But you see, yeah. Sure. So, I think, Mr. Speaker, we can only exchange and so on. So that's
because,
fine.
Yes, what I'm saying is, because what rules say, where our standing order does not speak, we go to Britain. And what does Britain say about it? You're entitled to your salary the day after general election. Understand? This is my reason for saying I feel that should be considered. Our order is on it. British Parliament speaks on the matter. That is the basis for their request. You know, where our laws were silent.
I just want to add,
Yeah.
No,
Honorable John was before, but if he wants, he can yield to you. We're going to do this one in a different way. Let's have it in a discussion fashion.
Okay, so can I go?
Yes, let the AG start first.
No problem.
We can go to AG, then John, then Honorable Blackmore. Yes.
Member for Rosenhoff, I don't know whether you have your standing orders with you. Okay, because it might be useful to look at it. Mr. Speaker, 87, standing order 87. I think it might be useful to follow it as well. Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, I have an extra one. You could pass it back after, but you have one?
Back to your one, or you can just take volume 1 from there and follow. Just take the volume 1 from there. Okay. All right. Right. You referred to the rules, and 87, which you're right. 87.1 does say that where our rules doesn't provide for it expressly, that we follow the rules or the practice of the House of Commons. But I think what I refer you to is the last 2 lines of 87.1, because that's really the important element here, and the point you're making. So if you're at 87, in any 87.1 reads, in any matter not herein provided for, resort shall be had to the usage and practice of the House of Commons of the Parliament of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, which shall be followed as far as may be, may be applicable to this House. That's the point you just made. But the following words are what I suggest are germane to our situation. And not inconsistent with these standing orders, nor with the practice of this House. So you can follow it, the practice of the House of Commons, if it's not inconsistent with our standing orders and our practice. But it is. What they do in the House of Commons is inconsistent with our standing orders, and it's also inconsistent with our practice, as the Prime Minister pointed out, certainly since independence. And therefore, what has happened is it's a pragmatic approach has been taken, that in reality, if you look at it, in other words, an argument could have been framed to say that what has been happening here as a practice is what prevails, and an argument could have been framed to say that that's how it should stay, because it's not something that is in a statute that says this is what must happen or that is what must happen. But when you look at it all around, and if you think about it, you can make an argument, and probably an argument for fairness, which is that a person is elected on a particular day. The House may not sit for another month, 2 months, 3 months. A person may have left their job, there may be all sorts of reasons. So you can think of all kinds of reasons to say why fairness would dictate a person was elected on a particular date. And in fact, if you're elected if the election is today, you become the representative. You have responsibilities virtually from that point in time. So from a point of view of fairness, it seems to me that it's very difficult to argue that it's unfair that a person who is elected should begin to receive remuneration from the day after. So I understand what you're saying in relation to Mr. James and Mr. Prevost and other people who have served, but the practical approach, as the Prime Minister has pointed out, in any situation you're trying to find a balance, and I would humbly and respectfully suggest that in this instance, it is a fair balance. Just probably one or two other members, you raised it. You also raised it, and it is in this current Parliament that it has been considered, and the view has been taken that the fair way to deal with it is that we should change the practice. So that's what we're actually doing now. We're actually changing the practice and starting from now. So it really is not really appropriate to try to go back and apply it to other people.
No, I was said after, right, Honorable John. Mr. Blackmore, can you yield for this one, please? I will. I don't want to make a short intervention on this one. The debate is interesting, but my concern and really cut off point is that in looking at the time span where some of us, where some of the members of Parliament were not getting paid, and the concern I have is from 2000. The concern I have is from 2000. If you look at it from 2000, prior to 2000, maybe by the second week, people are back in Parliament. If you look at it, majority of the times, from the hold on, Mr. Prime Minister, hold on a while. Majority. When you were speaking, I was letting you speak easily. I went to amping. I was just saying, from my research, what I saw, you can. We're in Parliament, you have the documents, whatnot. I'm saying from my research that I have, from 2000, I think, when the Prime Minister, Mr. Roosevelt Douglas, was elected Prime Minister, they stayed about 3 months out of Parliament. And it's from there that started to thing. But most of that, going back, most of the time, within 3 weeks, everybody's back in Parliament. That is the history that I saw. And I spoke with the concern that I have with this as well is the long delay about it. We had a good discussion about it since last year, March. And myself and the Attorney General spoke back and forth. I was out of state. And we were going through it nicely, and even the clerk as well. Asking information, seeking clarification. And even when we came to Parliament here for the CPA conference, one of the facilitators made a comment that members of Parliament should never be denied or delayed for what is rightfully theirs. And at that same time, I came to the clerk was sitting right there, Speaker of the House was sitting right there. And I made mention of that to him and tell him, let's see how we can expedite that process. And we are here today. Delays upon delays upon delays, but we are here today. But what I'm saying, we should, if you're looking for a cutoff point, we are not saying to go back in the 80s and the 90s, because most of the times, within 2 months, 2 weeks, they were back in Parliament. They are members of Parliament now. Majority of the members of Parliament who have been affected is those on the opposition side, and it's a few of us. If you look at the history, majority of the members of the opposition side. From 2005, Mr. Prime Minister, majority of the people you had were ministers, and in 2009 and going down. And they will be within, as soon as they were sworn in as ministers,
No,
they
Honorable
became
John,
So that is my
I'll allow you to continue.
Yeah.
But let me just
I just wanted to bring that into the
you'll
discussion.
Go, Honorable Blackmore, you'll come in. Just, it is erroneous, huh? But from our research, from the clerk and myself, the research from since 1978, you have at least, on average, minimum, about 40 days before the House actually meet. So it spanned from 40 to 60 days, depending on which administration at the time, and even within, for example, the Freedom Party, it was not consistent to say for the 3 times it was a particular number of days. It would change. You know, so just to clarify this matter. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, for a short intervention there. I want to speak that because I was feeling so tired, but somehow that resolution drew some life in me. And Mr. Speaker, I'm not somebody who dream. And if I thought I were to dream something, I don't remember. But I thought I was dreaming a while ago. Now, the Honorable Prime Minister introduced the resolution to this Honorable House, but it was initiated, the idea was initiated from the other side. A classic display, Mr. Speaker, Beflaki Hele Muasi, Paiki Swef. Okay? I call us, yeah.
I have 3 spiritual.
What is that?
Okay.
But Mr. Speaker, it's the same guys on the other side who said the country is broke.
No, honorable members.
No.
So let's keep it nice.
Yeah. The members on the other side, Mr. Speaker, who have said consistently that the country is broke, there's no money. Suddenly the country has money. And Mr. Speaker, if we are to actually uphold the Westminster style of government, I think that the Honorable Minister for Housing, the Minister for Trade, the Prime Minister, myself, and other ministers can ask for our salaries as parliamentarians. Because I'm entitled to. Because if we are following the Westminster style of government, members of Parliament in England who are ministers get their salary as parliamentarians and their salaries as ministers. Do you understand that? So are we to say that we who have been ministers for that long are placed at a definite disadvantage? But we recognize, Mr. Speaker, how things are tight. And this folks now reminds me,
Not these
members on the other side. No, I'm speaking now, Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking. I listen to them, and it hurts me to appear to have a different view from conscience from Mr. Speaker. And that reminds me of Nicholas Ovando, Mr. Speaker. Nicholas Ovando, who came to Hispaniola and introduced the encomienda system to enslave the Indians, and in return, he called himself the protector of the Indians.
Right.
They protect the populace and want to suck every bit of the milk from the cow, Mr. Speaker. Our relationship, Mr. Speaker, has to be symbiotic. If it is parasitic, the host will die. These guys don't want to work. We just take and take and take. I'm sick about this thing right now, Mr. Speaker. Understand? You want to claim, understand? Yes, I'm speaking my mind right now. Yes, I'm speaking my mind right now. Don't try to use the Prime Minister as a vehicle to get your thing, my friend. Right? And I'm saying, it is this, Mr. Speaker, I'm talking, it is the same guy who said that once election is called, you have no minister and no Prime Minister. And it's the president that runs things. No, you want money? So the Prime Minister may fire me if he wants to. But I'm just saying, my friend, you guys must stop pretending it's honorable house. The members are on the other side.
Okay.
No money, the country broke, and you want to go back 20 years to get money from the public purse? What is that about, Mr. Speaker, in this honorable house? What is that? What is that at all in this honorable house right now? What are we getting out of this thing now? What is that, Mr. Speaker? Or you come in there all of a sudden, all you quiet and nice because money? These guys have a disease about money and money. I said, I'm not stopping. What's going on? Yeah, it's a fact. I depong them. Yeah, not disrespect, it's a fact. I know I'm protecting the public purse. You are not entitled, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, having said that, Mr. Speaker, with reservation and with pain in my heart, I support the position of that side of the House. But I wanted to say to these honorable members on the other side that they must stop pretending to the honorable House and Dominicans by extension, Mr. Speaker. I thank you. Yeah.
Before we move on this matter, the Honorable Rayburn Blackmore made certain pertinent statements that I think in the future, but remember we are in a COVID period, so we have to be mindful, I agree with you, in regards to looking at the finances of the state. But I'm the view, while I'm here as the Speaker of the House, I'm of the view that the legislature, as much as possible, has to be independent of the executive. We find ourselves in a peculiar situation where, because of the election outcome, the legislature is dominated by members of the executive branch, which is the cabinet. But in practical sense, what we would prefer is the independence of the legislature. And therefore, your point in regards to elected members who are members of cabinet, we have to treat with this matter sometime in the future. I think while we are in the COVID period, I think we should maybe hold back. But I think we should be minded as members of this honorable House to look at the case of where people are elected members and treat them with a separate remuneration vis-a-vis what they get as ministers of government. That would keep a separation of the legislature from the executive. So this is something we look at in the future.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I reiterate my position. I support the resolution before the House. I don't necessarily support the idea of going back. As I said, if you have to go back, Member Rodenoff, you have to go back absolutely to 1978. You see, you must go back to 1978. It cannot be to the 9th Parliament or the 8th Parliament, because the reality is the House, our Assembly, made the determination that members and senators will be paid on the date they come to the House to take their oath of allegiance or their oath of affirmation. So it is not that this rule has been inconsistently applied. It has been consistently applied. Having been raised by former members and current members, it was given careful consideration. The alternative was to say, look, since 1978, that's how it is. Different governments have treated the matter the same way, and let the matter continue as is. But no, we decided to bring a resolution before the House to seek, to request of the House an amendment to the standing orders that would now remove any ambiguity of when should a member begin to get paid. Now, you made the point, Member Rosenoff, and you suggested in your comments that you are of the view that it should be sent to a committee to give some assessment and evaluation. Is that correct? I think under the standing orders, the committee that is charged with that responsibility will be the Standing Orders Committee, because you would have to make an amendment to the Standing Orders. And so I am prepared to agree with your suggestion that we could refer this matter to the Standing Orders Committee and let them give deliberations on it. And they're free to invite whoever they wish to invite to give contributions to the discussion, and then they make a recommendation. That committee will make a recommendation to the Parliament. So I am prepared, Mr. Speaker, to stand down this resolution before the House and to refer the matter to the Standing Orders Committee for its consideration. But the member for Rosenoff has to understand that in this case, time is of the essence, but I recognize that a case being made. All I would say to this Standing Orders Committee, without interfering with your deliberations, is that we have to ensure that decisions we take have to be for the orderly conduct of the proceedings of the House, and that whatever decision we take, especially if we're going to go back to the 9th Parliament or the 10th or the 8th Parliament or 7th Parliament, that there will be inherent implications, and that no matter where you stop, somebody is going to feel that you have discriminated against them, and this is why I want to caution you against making a narrow case for your colleagues, your former colleagues. You see what I'm saying? It's not about Mr. James or Mr. Green or Mr. Prevost. It is about parliamentarians. And so I caution you against making a narrow case, and that it doesn't appear to be partisan in nature. I'm a parliamentarian, my brother, and I know what it is to be a member of parliament. So this is why I am in support of this, because it is not really costing me anything. The reality is, parliamentarians across the board are the least of the apostles. We sometimes give the public the impression that parliamentarians have all of these privileges, all of this bon-temps, all these things, and all these things, and so we ourselves sometimes we grudge and we begrudge for really mirages. For really mirages. And it is left to us as Parliament to determine how we're going to treat ourselves, now and going forward. And so, but we have to bring to the table a certain level of maturity to the discussion and objectiveness to the discussion and so on. So I will, do you agree with me, members enough, that we go to the Standing Orders Committee? Yeah. Are you acting leader of the opposition? Can you speak on the opposition side? You speaking for your own self or for everybody? I think you think. I think therefore I am, so you. Yeah. Okay. So you say that there have been lots of internal discussions. Not ready. Oh, so beyond actor. Okay. I'm just trying to find. Okay. So, Mr. Speaker, I move that the issue of commencement of the payment of salaries to elected members of the House of Assembly and senators be referred to the Standing Orders Committee for its consideration and submission to this Honorable House for its consideration. You wrote that?
Mr. Speaker, it doesn't really need seconding. In strictness, that is the proper procedure pursuant to 85(3). So, we were seeking to find an accommodation, a short circuit, but it's so that doesn't require it. My feet, Mr. Speaker, it's been mentioned, but I do think, for the record, certainly I would say no. The issue that was raised by the member from Mahu, as in respect to the issue of remuneration to ministers. I think it's high time, 2021, that the country gets in line with what is a modern approach. Logically, it makes no sense for a minister, for there not to be a distinction. There ought to be a salary for a parliamentarian, and there ought to be, if you want, you can say an uplift or whatever, but something which would apply to a ministerial office. So that, because in reality, a person, the Prime Minister may decide that somebody who was a minister today may not be a minister tomorrow, and there should be a salary, which is a parliamentary salary, which all parliamentarians will get, and there should be a difference, which a minister gets. And I think somehow the House, I think maybe the appropriate body to deal with that, because we don't have a specific body, but I think maybe the House should be looking at dealing with that, to address that. So I certainly would suggest that it's something we think.
So, Honorable Attorney General, would they, and not through you and the leader of the House, are we minded that the same Standing Orders Committee can deliberate on the matter and send recommendations? Or should we just deal strictly with the matter of the parliamentarians and the date of the payment after election?
Sadly, or maybe not so sadly, I don't know. It wouldn't apply to me. I wouldn't benefit either way.
The advice.
But to answer your question, I think my advice would be that the Standing Orders Committee should focus on the issue of the commencement date for payment to parliamentarians and senators. But I'm saying that I think the House, Parliament, and including parliamentarians, separately should consider it. It can be something that started soon. There should be a thinking about it, because obviously you have to work out the mechanisms, and probably it would require setting up some kind of committee which may include people from outside of Parliament. But I just think that in 2021 there needs to be a more, if you will, professional approach to dealing with it, because there's a difficulty for people who are actually in office, and I think you might have got it from what the member from Mahu was saying, but because for you to be deciding directly, that may be a challenge, because but we really need to move into a realm where the remuneration that parliamentarians more broadly, but also ministers receive, is looked at to determine what is an appropriate level for remuneration for the work that these people do in really causing the country to function.
Any other comments? Should we wind up the debate on this matter? Okay. So this concludes the debate on the motion, and now we have a new approach. So the decision, the clerk and the general correct, the decision is Honorable House the Honorable House has mandated the Standing Orders Committee to meet, deliberate, and make recommendations to the whole House on how far go back in regards to payment, on how far we go back on the commencement date, on salaries to elected members and senators. Elected representative and senators. But we also have to deliberate on, do we go far back or just that? Okay. All right. Okay. So that's the decision of the Honorable House. So we have just concluded the matter which deals with the date of from commencement of payment to elected parliamentarians, the substantive matter. So, Honorable Prime Minister.
My intention is to here in the office tomorrow.
Yes.
So, I mean, but if folks want to go home and sleep, we are taking the bills. We take what, a 5 minutes break or something? Okay, so we suspend 5 minutes and start.
I think these bills, unless there's a lot of debate, these bills will just...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's no debate on this thing. Let us suspend it also 10 minutes and come back and take the 3 other bills.
It has been moved and seconded that the House be suspended for 10 minutes. House stands suspended for 10 minutes. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, this bill seeks to amend the Courts of Justice Fees Act, Chapter 441, and comprises 5 clauses. The Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court commenced implementation of a new filing system, the e-litigation portal, in November of 2018. The court is seeking to implement the portal in the Commonwealth of Dominica, and in order for the portal to be introduced, it is necessary for an amendment of the Courts of Justice Fees Act to be passed by Parliament. Mr. Speaker, this amendment is needed so as to provide for payment of the court filing fees by means other than stamps. The introduction of the portal, Mr. Speaker, will get rid of the requirement for documents to be filed on paper. Hence, the need for affixing postal stamps to the document will no longer be needed. Mr. Speaker, this administration has laid the foundation for modernization in several areas that will improve the lives of Dominicans, improve efficiencies, and increase and simplify access to justice. The bill comprises 5 clauses, as previously stated, Mr. Speaker. The most pertinent of the clauses is Clause 3 of the bill, which repeals Section 5 of the Act, which provides for fees payable for court proceedings to be taken in stamps, and replaces it with a new section, which is Section 5. And Mr. Speaker, Section 5 makes provision for fees of the court proceedings to be received by means other than stamps, such as 1, credit card, debit card, cash and checks. However, Mr. Speaker, the use of stamps will still be allowed where it is not possible to pay as mentioned above, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Section 6 repeals the schedule to the Act. And Mr. Speaker, with these brief words, I commend the Court of Justice amendment fees to the Honorable House, Mr. Speaker.
Bill is in the House for debate.
Mr. Speaker, there be no big debate. As you know, as I've said in the presentation, Mr. Speaker, this is a very simple amendment, and the Labour Party administration continue to make the necessary amendments to our legislation to ensure the better administration of justice in Dominica. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Court of Justice Fees Amendment Act 2021 be read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Court of Justice Fees Amendment Act 2021.
The bill will stand to the Committee of the Whole House to be considered clause by clause. rooms, and I have to report that the bill shortly entitled Court of Justice Fees Amendment Act 2021 passed the committee stage without amendment. The question is that the report of the committee on the bill be adopted. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Court of Justice Fees Amendment Act of 2021 be read a third time and pass.
Seconded.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Court of Justice Fees Amendment Act 2021 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Court of Justice Fees Amendment Act 2021.
The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly.
I move the second reading of the bill shortly entitled Solid Waste Management Amendment Act 2021.
Seconded.
Mr. Speaker, the Dominica Solid Waste Management Corporation is a duly established body that is charged with the essential responsibility of managing and providing waste collection and disposal services in the state. The need for waste management services in Dominica cannot be ignored, as it plays a fundamental role in the preservation of our environment and reducing the impact of health-related issues associated with poor waste management practices. Mr. Speaker, the Solid Waste Act of 2002 provides the legal mandate to the corporation. It is therefore the basis for carrying out the corporation's functions, and as a result, stipulates the governance structure and the duly authorized ministry that carries the portfolio. Mr. Speaker, in its present interpretation, the Act issues executive powers to the Minister with responsibility for health as the sole custodian for legislative matters related to Solid Waste Management Corporation. Similar Annex 1.1 of the Act provides guidance for the composition of the Board of Directors of the corporation. In particular, it speaks to, and I quote, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, who shall be the chairperson, end of quote. Mr. Speaker, the government of Dominica is dynamic and innovative in our approach to building a resilient country. Therefore, from time to time, initiatives and portfolio changes will be undertaken, all of which are geared at improving the livelihoods of the people of Dominica. Mr. Speaker, presently, the portfolio of waste management lies within the ministry responsible for the environment. The bill laid before this Honorable House seeks to amend the Solid Waste Act of 2002 to provide executive powers to the minister responsible for waste management at any point in time. Mr. Speaker, the Solid Waste Management Amendment Act of 2021 will amend the Solid Waste Management Act of 2002 and has 4 clauses. The short title of this bill is set out in Clause 1 and 2, is the interpretative clause. Clause 3 would amend the definition of the word minister to provide specifically for the minister responsible for solid waste management. Clause 4 of the bill would amend the constitution of the corporation in Schedule 3 of the Act to provide for greater flexibility in ensuring the appointment of members who possess the necessary competencies and skill sets to manage the corporation. Mr. Speaker, without these necessary legislative amendments, the ministry responsible for the corporation and the board of directors cannot perform some of its functions and duties. Mr. Speaker, this bill certainly signals the commitment of this government to ensuring the efficient and effective discharge of waste management services in the state. I therefore commend this bill to this Honorable House. Thank you.
Bill is before the House for debate. Yes, Senator Masley.
Good night, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
I know it is, I will definitely make my presentation concise. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to just point out, and I'm really trying to chop down what I had prepared to present here, to ensure that whatever efforts that we are making would really strengthen the systems that exist, Mr. Speaker. We know the inextricable links that exist between public health and waste management, Mr. Speaker. We're seeing the change because of the alterations in the ministries. However, Mr. Speaker, very important to note, we understand that government can change the structure of the corporation. But, Mr. Speaker, it's also very important to ensure that we don't divorce the public health function from this particular role. Mr. Speaker, our overall view is to protect human health, and the relation between environment and public health, although they work synergistically, Mr. Speaker, we also want to ensure that the board is fitted with the relevant competence in public health to really protect that particular dimension, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, we also want to ensure that the corporate governance of this public company is there, and there's not a paucity in the competence in critical areas that would guide the corporation into those strategic areas that the government is seeking to go, Mr. Speaker. So therefore, I noticed within the proposed amendment that it is rather left to one's own or another's discretion. It doesn't really mandate that a public health officer should be there to give the general guidance in the management of the corporation, considering the existing risk that is affiliated with the maintenance of solid waste management. I hope I explained it as quickly, because I'm really trying to, in the best interest of time, to make this noteworthy intervention, Mr. Speaker, as we should address that moving forward, even if it's within the committee stage of before ratification of that particular bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, I believe it's important for the country to look at the practices of our citizens and residents in respect to personal, domestic and business waste management. It is completely unacceptable, Mr. Speaker, that the Solid Waste Corporation is expected to collect refuse and garbage from every single household across Dominica. And there is a clear appearance that there is very little deliberate action on the part of households and businesses to deal with waste management. If you live in any community in Dominica, save and except maybe for Roseau Central because of the land space and the city of Roseau, I believe we can prevent more than half of the garbage that gets into the solid waste from getting the solid waste. Because a lot of it can be dumped in a compost. I mean, most homes in Dominica have a backyard. And you don't need a huge space to dig a hole, to place the perishable items, food peel, for example. You know, because when I look at the bills coming from the Solid Waste Corporation for excavation and compacting on the site, we cannot survive. And about billions of dollars, Mr. Speaker, just to compact waste that's coming from households and businesses. I mean, here it is that even the government must even extend its ban of plastics. Here it is, we're in the Parliament today, Mr. Speaker. I drank about 5 or 6 bottles of water. It's 5 or 6 bottles of wine. And if we to multiply by never stops, we can understand the impact on the environment. People talk about recycling, but the volume you're talking about does not make recycling a plant cycle. And so we really have to drive home the need for us to manage this. Home in Mr. Speaker, we don't send anything down to town with plastic. You know, we everything on the land. All perishable items. I still cut a tree in the villages, and they expect Solid Waste to pick it up and bring it back. I mean, it's acceptable. And then we buy all sorts of things in other countries, and then we come to dump them. All of these washing machines. And because of the quality of these washing machines these days, you know, okay, this last year, and we dump them into the ravines. Purge up down, wash up bridges on the roof. So we really have to look seriously at what additional actions can as a government, as a country, to minimize on the impact of waste on the environment and also the cost. I've also spoken to the minister about looking at the modernization of the solid waste site, you know, because it was built for particular capacity which we have outlived. And so they try to compact, and then in the process of trying to compact and to create additional space, you know, we have a problem. And the other thing that we have to address in this country, we are a tourism country, we're moving heavily into tourism, and that's good. That's part of Dominica's future. But we boast, what distinguishes ourselves from the rest of other countries is our natural beauty. And therefore, we have to preserve and conserve and to protect it. How do we do that? We cannot boast about Nature Island based on what the Lord has given to us. We have to boast it both on what the Lord has given to us and what are we doing to enhance it, to protect it, to preserve it. And this in this community dumping of old motor cars, and televisions, and all sorts of things. I mean, a guy brought a whole boat, a whole derelict boat at Point Rung, and just placed it there. And when you drive along Point Rung, you see all of this stuff there on the roadside, and people simply just jump, take a dump truck and just jump on the side of the road in Dominica. We really have to address this. It is up to us as citizens to address it, but we really have to put an end to this thing and have better practices. And I think we have to talk about this in schools and so forth. And my final point, Mr. Speaker, is that at some point, maybe now is not the right time to do so, but maybe we can start the conversation now and look to the future. We have to put in place a better system of payments of collection of waste. I don't believe it is fair to the government and to the Solid Waste Corporation for a solid waste truck to come to my home in Vegas and I'm not paying anything for the service. It's only in Dominica that's happening. All other countries you pay, and what they do is that they connect the payment for garbage disposal to your water bill. And if you do not pay, then they disconnect your water. So we have to look at this stuff. I would like to pay something. Yes, somebody tell you pay $20 or something, but there must be a better system that is recognized by law as to the payments and the collections and so forth. And I believe that might very well help in the management or the individual management of this thing, because we are an island, and moving to the green and blue economy and making greater use of our marine space, of our environment, we have to ensure that we protect the environment. We protect the marine space, we protect the seascape, and we protect the environment. Because our environment has been dramatically impacted by Hurricane Maria. And so we're in the rebuilding stage. But we have to be mindful of the impact on the ecosystems, and the attendant challenges that will pose to other aspects of our way of life in our country. And I want to make points, but I believe that waste and environment on other ministries need to engage stakeholders, the private sector, for us to look at this thing objectively and not in our narrow space and so on, and how much it's going to cost me and I'm paying already. Let's look at the greater good of the country. But all this plastic, all this water we're importing in this country, from all sorts of places as far as the United States, and I see water, mark Poland, I'm not sure if it's from Poland or from the United States, I'm not sure where it's from. But this is ridiculous. I mean, our water is good enough for us to be able to put our glass under our tap and drink our water. We just became a bottled water drinking culture now. And nobody wants to drink water from the pipe. I mean, nobody puts water in a glass anymore, a bottle at their home anymore. You go to a fridge and everybody have 4 or 5 cartons of bottled water in the kitchen. And even for children, you have to be careful with that, because, you know, you need to have the nutrients in the water. You see what I'm saying? The chloride. It's important for the children's teeth and so on. So we have to go back to these days, the old days, of being able to drink, not being able to, but drinking water from this thing. I know as we make advances and people get more developed, we become more, we practice the external things and so forth, but we have to watch it, because down the road, we will suffer the consequences of this thing. So I wanted to add these things. I know it's late and so on, but I could say a lot more on this, because I am very much preoccupied with the environment and the protection of the environment, the degradation of the environment, because that, at the end of the day, that is really what we have. And if it is destroyed, and already it is so susceptible to natural disasters, we have to ensure that from a man's standpoint, we do not add to the already challenged situation we have. So there are a number of things that we have to look at, but we have to watch very carefully this bottled water that's proliferating in this country now. And let us walk around with reusable bottles, and we can fold it. And maybe we may very well, as a government, look at putting refrigerated dispensers in public buildings. Back in the days, you used to have that at schools. So children can drink cold water from these dispensers and so forth, fill the containers. It's clean, drinkable water, and so we can minimize those things. And even mandate businesses. If we're giving you concessions to invest in Dominica, these are the mandates we have to do as protection of the environment. Put those things as conditions. Beautification. I mean, you go to a business place and bush along the roadside and waiting for the government to come cut the grass and to plant flowers. So all of those things that we have to look at, and it's up to each person to make a contribution to Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Peter, for adding to the conversation. We are very aware that the risk management operation specifically tasked with storage, collection, and treatment and disposal of solid waste. The Honourable House consider the amendments before this Honourable House. Thank you.
It's been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Solid Waste Management Amendment Act 2021 be the second time. In favor? Those against? The ayes The bill will now be read a second time.
Solid Waste Management Amendment Act 2021.
The bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House. The question is that I do read the whole with the amendment. House resumes and to report that the shortly titled Solid Waste Management Amendment Act 2021 as the committee stage without amendment. The question is that the report of the committee bill adopted. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Solid Waste Management Amendment Act 2021 be read a third time and
Second.
It's been moved and seconded entitled Solid Waste Management Amendment Act 2021 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Solid Waste Management Amendment Act 2021.
The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the second reading of the bill entitled Forestry and Wildlife Act 2021.
Seconded.
Speaker, Forestry and Wildlife Act, Chapter 6002 of the Revised Law of Dominica, was passed in 1976. Its principal objective was for the sustainable management of the country's wildlife resources. The legislation provided, among other things, for 1. Declaration of game and protection of wildlife. 2. The protection of an open and closed season for hunting and fishing in freshwater streams. 3. The establishment of a system of license for fishing for those wishing to hunt. Mr. Speaker, most importantly, it made provisions for penalties should anyone infringe the law. The legislation was at the time claimed a made tool for the conservation and management of Dominican wildlife resources. Mr. Speaker, on a daily basis, consideration is given to the temporary lifting of the suspension and hunting for certain species of wildlife and for freshwater fishing. This usually coincides with the annual planned activities in observance of Dominica's independence celebrations. Mr. Speaker, as part of this season, permission to sale and possibly export of wildlife parts of is usually approved for a specific period through permits issued by the Director of Forestry and Wildlife. Individuals living in state with wildlife during the open season without a valid permit from the Director of Forestry or those involved in illegally exporting wildlife during such a time are deemed to have committed an offense and may be prosecuted on Section 2 of the Forestry and Wildlife Act 62, which says, and I quote, "No person shall export any live or dead wildlife or part of except on permit and in accordance with conditions specified in such a permit issued directly. The permit shall be in form number 5." End of. Mr. Speaker, in recent times, concerns have arisen concerning the normal loophole in the law, particularly as it relates to the definition of the term export. For instance, one attorney successfully argued in court that the law does not define the exportation of wildlife, and for that reason his client could not be charged for that offense. The attorney also successfully convinced the magistrate that the 5 which is used for the exportation of wildlife is not included in the law, and that the law should be specific as far as the definition of exportation of wildlife is concerned. Mr. Speaker, as far as penalty for offenders, the maximum fine that can be imposed for any offense against the Act is $400. The penalty was a result of a general across-the-board review that was conducted on calculations of fines for criminal activity in the state as a whole and was not done specifically for the Wildlife Act. Mr. Speaker, the maximum fine for the wildlife offense is $400. This penalty is inadequate to serve as an effective deterrent to would offenders. One considers, for example, that the market price for certain endangered birds is estimated to be between $50,000 and $100,000 US. It is therefore reasonable to conclude that the prevailing fines are wholly inadequate. Mr. Speaker, consider another scenario. A farm of frequent occurrence. A traveler arrives in one of the neighboring partners with a quantity of crayfish from Dominica can fetch between 30 to 45 euros per kilogram. That is approximately 100 to 130 EC dollars per kilogram. Mr. Speaker, it is therefore reasonable to conclude that a traveler who is devoid of respect for national pride and nation building prepared to take the risk associated with the illegal hunting and export of wildlife, knowing that caught in this jurisdiction, he will, on conviction, receive what is, for want of a better description, something that could be considered a mere reprimand. Mr. Speaker, the minimum fine of $84 can serve as a deterrent. Mr. Speaker, in this regard, Amendment to the Forest and Wildlife Act 6002 of the revised laws of Dominica is being proposed to add greater precision and define the term export, as well as the formal inclusion of Form 5 with legislation. Mr. Speaker, a review of fines and penalties associated with violations of said provisions of the law will also be proposed to provide for effective restriction against illegal hunting and exporting of wildlife. Mr. Speaker, the Forest and Wildlife Amendment of 2021 amend the Forestry and Wildlife Act of 1976. 7 clauses. The title of the bill is set out in Clause 1 is the interpretation clause. Clause 3 would amend the Section 2 of the Act by inserting the definition of the word export. Clause 4 of the bill would repeal and replace Section 32 of the Act to prohibit the exportation of wildlife that is cooked, frozen, processed. Currently, provision prohibits exportation of live or wildlife. 5 of the bill amended by inserting a new section 68 immediately after 60, outlining penalties for contraventions of sections 2 and 30 of the Act, and 9 schedule to Act. Section 32 provides prohibition of export of wildlife. Section 3 provides for the age and license required for the hunting and fishing, and the 9th schedule stipulates the regulations for taking of turtles. Clause 6 of the bill would repeal and replace Section 63 of the Act, which provides generally penalty attached to Section 2 of the Act. The amendment, however, would provide for separate penalties for each prohibition listed on Section 62 of the Act. Clause 7 of this bill would amend the 7th schedule to the Act by inserting a new Form 5 as required on Section 30 of the Act. This form consists of the permit issued by the Director of Forestry for the export of wildlife. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I therefore commend the bill to this Honorable House. Thank you.
The bill is before the House for debate.
Honorable House, I beg we I suspect I may be ending this sitting. I want to thank all the members for their contribution during this, and I wish good morning. Yes.
It has been moved in second. that the bill entitled Forestry and Wildlife Amendment Act 2021 be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it.
Forestry and Wildlife Amendment Act 2021.
The bill stands committed to the committee of the whole house to be considered close by close. House is in committee. To the House. House resumes. To report that the bill shortly titled Forestry and Wildlife Amendment Act 2021 passed the committee stage without amendment. The question is that the report of the committee on the bill be adopted. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Forestry and Wildlife Amendment Act 2021 be read a third time and passed.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
It's been more than seconded that the bill shortly entitled Forestry and Wildlife Amendment Act 2021 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Forestry and Wildlife Amendment Act 2021.
The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly.
Mr. Speaker, before I move for the adjournment, to thank the clerk and stenographers, the support staff of the House of Assembly, the police officers and all of the public servants who provided logistical support for this meeting, and to wish all the members of Parliament and others a safe journey home and a happy night's rest. Well, a happy morning's rest. Mr. Speaker, I thought that it was a very constructive session, and we were able to get a number of very important matters dealt with in the furtherance of the people's business. This House is governed by rules, and we all must acquaint ourselves with the rules, and I believe where we cannot comprehend the rules, it's important that we seek guidance from those who may have better mastery and understanding of the rules, so that at the end of the day, we will all be better off for it. Every one of us in here is guided by the rules of the House, and we may not agree with the rules, but the rules are the rules until they are meant otherwise. And I believe once we understand that, then there'll be no problem whatsoever at all, Mr. Speaker. So this is a rules-based system. This is the highest court in the land, as they say. This is where we meet to make and to pass legislation for the good governance of the country and for the welfare and well-being of our citizens. And therefore, this, you know, if we're a member of the House and we do not have this, and we do not read it, and we do not seek guidance from those who may have a better understanding of it, then we're going to have a problem in understanding our roles and functions and our rights and privileges as prescribed in this. And if we believe we have a right and it's not captured in there, it is a figment of your imagination, and so forth. And the other thing, Mr. Speaker, is that sometimes we read one rule, but that one rule is also connected with 5 others. So yes, we may say Standing Order 41, but Standing Order 42 will address your misunderstanding. And so we have to be mindful of this, that there are times that we have to take this document in its entirety and not just an aspect of it. You know, in the Bible they say you shouldn't call somebody father, but they stop, some religions stop on the word father. But if you read on, it says don't call somebody teacher as well. But they stop on the father to make their point. So you shouldn't call a priest father. You know, some religions say that. So we have to be careful that we don't cherry pick and we don't misunderstand. And then we go out of the House and when we speak to the country and give the country the impression that we're not allowed to speak in this House. No, that's not true. What we are saying is that we have to abide by the rules. We play by the rules in the Standing Order. And once you understand this, is there. So there's one thing to read, as I said, but there's a second very important aspect to comprehend. And this is why in school, this is why I believe that schools need to go back to the comprehension part. Because if you're a student and you can comprehend, you get A's. You can read as much as you want, but if you cannot comprehend. This is why back in the days, they had reading, and they also had comprehension as a separate component of the English language. So it's important for us to be able to comprehend. And if we cannot comprehend, then we need to seek clarification on this. It's important, very important, Mr. Speaker. With this, I wish to move that the House be adjourned, sine die. Thank you.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that this Honorable House be adjourned, sine die. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. This Honorable House stands adjourned, sine die.